Over here in my ecosphere, we were covering all of these. It wasn't just falling down. It was getting lost. It was some of the stuff you report in your book. We knew and we were reporting on, like the multi-jump cuts in the videos of him, where it was obvious he couldn't get through a 1-minute take. It was clear to us that he was using teleprompter, and there was some reporting on that at the time, all of which the White House was denying. Now, the current White House, I have some connections. With the Joe Biden White House, I had none. But you did. There was an attempted cover-up. It could only ever work if you allowed it, if the press allowed it. Some of us tried not to, and some of us were complicit.
The Biden White House did not like me. Okay, I do not have great connections with the Biden White House.
Well, clearly you have a lot of sources. You say you talked to over 200 sources for this book. So you have some election, you could have called and worked.
No, that's the point, is that they were not being honest. That's
how did the Wall Street Journal get it in June of 2024? And Jake Tapper and CNN couldn't find sources for this story then before he dropped out?
Annie Linsky and Siobhan Hughes did an amazing job in their reporting. And they should be heralded, and I heralded them. I had them on my show right after the debate to talk about their great reporting. But Annie Linsky,
after the debate, but you did not put them on when they published that story, which was before the debate. Correct.
I don't know what the booking situation was, but it wasn't because I didn't want them. I'm sure I said that day, let's book. I'm sure I said that day, let's book that. Did they?
Yeah, you put on a Democrat, and you allowed the Democrat to rip on the report as a Rupert Murdoch sponsored hit piece.
No.
It's just
Megan,
that's Megan, what happened.
If we're going to do this, let's just stick to the facts here, okay? When there is a damaging report,
that's what I've been doing all along.
I'm talking about what you just said.
Didn't miss the biggest story of the century when it comes to presidential politics, and one of us did.
It's the Homeless Left with Matt Weinglass and co-host Craig Pasta Jardula. Episode 107. To protect and serve Israel, with special guest MARYAM HENIN, RENZO ZINDEE, and an all-new top censored news of the week. And here's your host, Matt Weinglass.
All right, here we go. Welcome, guys. Welcome, everyone, to the Homeless Left. I'm your host, Matt Weinglass. We have a great show for you today. This is the Homeless Left, the non-tribal approach to news. Welcome to everybody. This show, we are calling it To Protect and Serve Israel. That opening was Megyn Kelly calling out Jake Tapper for his fake journalism on all the Biden coverage over the last several years. We'll get to some of that more later with you guys. But the main theme this show this week for a long time has been the power corruption, right? So we're talking about police corruption. We're talking about military corruption. We're talking about government corruption. And who do we actually work for? Who do we actually serve? So that's the theme throughout. We're going to get into the IDF strikes against EU diplomats. That story kind of got brushed over. We have this new Israeli embassy killing. We're going to look into that, see if it might be a false flag operation. There's the Plandemic treaty that has been in the works for a long time. There's an update on that one, unfortunately. We will be joined by our special guest soon, MARYAM HENIN, her new book on George Floyd. We're going to look at that. We got investigative journalist RENZO ZINDEE on the ground at the border. We're going to be talking about border security. And we got our all new loudest voice of the week. And of course, top censored news of the week. And then we're going to be answering your questions and doing your comments in talking back. You guys can always chime in anytime in the show on our Rumble channel, on our YouTube channel, anywhere you'd like. We're also on a bunch of Twitter feeds as well. You can actually chime in there. We can see your comments there on Twitter too. And on my private Facebook feed, which is under Matt Weinglass here in Hollywood. But those are just for the Hollywood people that don't even know we're here. So we just kind of throw it up there so they know we're talking about them. And apologies to you guys if you think that we're making fun of you sometimes, but we don't mean to. But sometimes we have to laugh at some of the stuff, some of the crazy stuff that's been happening in our own community, in our own backyard over the last several years, and that's why we started this show. So yeah, we're here every Tuesday and Thursday now, twice a week at noon Pacific. We go live. That's every Tuesday, Thursday, so you guys can check us out. Rumble is our main channel that we're on. That's where we don't get the plug pulled on us. We do on YouTube, so we have to keep coming up with new channels because they keep terminating our stuff and censoring and all that stuff. But that's one of the battles we fight here on the Homeless Left, is the battle against the censorship industrial complex. So you guys can check us out. This is the main channel, like I said, Rumble at the Homeless Left. Our burner account now on YouTube, it's doing pretty well. We talked to you guys about that last week. It's actually we're winning this fight, at least for now. At least this battle we're winning right now with this new channel, THL Presents. So we're excited about that. You guys can always throw us some support on the Homeless Left locals channel. Just, you can just type in the /support and it'll go right to that. We appreciate all of that. And again, we can get your comments read and engage with you today. So just get those going for us, and we'll be doing a talking back with Jamie Cheese Slice later in the show. I think, and also we're going to be bringing in our co-host. Of course, how could I forget Craig Pasta Jardula? He'll be with us in just a second. I just want to remind you guys, those that have been following us, thank you so much for being part of this journey with us. This is our 2-year mark right now. Tomorrow, May 23rd. It's exactly 2 years before we did our very, very first debut episode on Rumble. Episode 1, 2 years ago. We're celebrating that. You guys that have been with us from the beginning, thank you so much. Everybody else who has joined us along the way and stuck with us since you found us, thank you too. And if you're just joining us for the first time, we welcome you here to our channel. This is for anybody who's feeling uneasy about the state of politics right now, the state of their society, the economy, how they're functioning right now, day to day. If you feel like the party or the tribe you've been part of your whole life has let you down, and you're no longer allowed to ask questions, you're no longer allowed to engage and get curious without them telling you to shut up, get in line. If you're sick and tired of being told to punch down at your neighbor, at your family, and uninvite them to Thanksgiving and punish them for having the wrong sign in their front yard during election time, if you're sick and tired of doing that and you want to start punching up and doing the job that the mainstream media doesn't do, they aren't journalists. They are propagandists. We know that. We've realized that. We've discovered that. And this is why we had no choice but to do the job ourselves. And that's why we're here. We're homeless from the left. You might be homeless from somewhere else. You might be homeless from the right, or from the up, or from the down, or from the upside down. It doesn't matter. We're all homeless together, and we're ready to start punching up. So without further ado, let's go ahead and bring in our co-host, trusted co-host, regularly on the show with us. You know him, you love him, Craig Pasta Jardula.
What's up, Matt? Thanks for having me on, as always.
Absolutely. We got a lot of stuff to get into today, Craig. I'm glad you're here with me. You've always been awesome for us to bounce stuff back and forth off each other, and now more than ever we need to do this because things just keep breaking every day. We just kind of turn our head, we look back, we see another story, and we have to put our critical thinking hats on and say, what is not being said? What is the thing that they're not telling us? And then we have to do that work. So thanks for helping me out with all that today. You do awesome work, man. Really
Thank you so much, man. Little craziness going on right now with my computer stuff. I couldn't drop a video to my computer, and now I can't share this video. I don't know why. What the heck is going on? But whatever. The gremlins are there today, and we have to deal with that too as well. It's funny you have to say we had to deal with the whole, censorship and everything being taken down. Well, there's other ways they thwart us, and I believe it's technical sometimes. Stuff just doesn't work properly. But that's to make you frustrated. But we're not going away. We're going to be here to talk about things. And, man, what a crazy day to discuss things. And so much what we were talking about off the record the other day about, your brother mentioning certain stuff about certain stories. I listened to about a good 20 minutes during my beach tanning time, Matt, of you talk about the Bernie Sanders situation. And I think it is so crazy because we talk about why we are homeless. That's when we walked out the door, and we walked out the door for a certain reason. And when they even teased us to try to get us to come back with the squad or any members there, we say, no, we know who you are. And we kept walking. And we understand it as the Democratic Party is where the left, they're occupying the space where a left party needs to be. But this is why we're homeless. There's a lot of things to talk about. So this is kind of one of those thesis shows for me. Like really the whole meaning of the show really comes to fruition in today's news and what we have to talk about across the board. And we got some great guests to talk about those things too as well. To look at the macro overall picture, I think that we need to do, and to keep promoting discourse, you know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, they are trying to be as tribal as they can be and move us into corners, Matt. And we got to push back against that. And by the way, just want to say congratulations to Applejack, had a baby boy. You rock, buddy. I know you're watching the show today, so I just want to throw that out there before I hand it back to Matt. Thanks, Matt.
Awesome. Very cool. Yeah, and we love Applejack's been awesome. Thanks for bringing his attention to our show, and I'm looking forward to. I know you guys are going to be working together soon, so yeah, congratulations to him as well. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, let's get into. I think we're ready to do some top censored news of the week. Setting it up here, almost ready. I think we're good here. Yeah. Okay. Let's get into top censored news of the week. Here we go. Uncanceled Comedy Collective presents Top Censored News of the Week. It's time for Top Censored News of the Week, bringing you the stories the mainstream media refuses to cover. If they do cover them, they always do it in a very sloppy or dishonest way, and it's always on purpose. I'm here with Craig Pasa Jardula. We're going to get into the first story of the countdown, coming in at number 3. The DNC crimes against democracy have been exposed as the mainstream media plays dumb. And if you guys haven't been paying attention the last couple days, we've had 2 big reveals. Actually, I'd say 3 big reveals at this point, but stuff we already knew, but now it's out there for the public to see. Let's start with this. This broke. We have Joe Biden diagnosed with aggressive form of prostate cancer. And, you know, shocking as it is, as so many of his fans and lovers of dignity and humanity and all the things he was propelled up to be, this champion of the people, which always, as we know, everybody watching our shows know it was a complete scam. But apparently this has been something they've covered up the whole time. But let's see how CNN breaks this story. We covered this a little bit on Tuesday, but I'm glad you're here with us, Craig, because we wanted to see how far they go with this theater piece. And when are people going to get tired of their constant lying about how things are happening and the spinning of information that we should have available to us, and we are entitled to this information as soon as they know. We need to know. Here's how CNN broke the story.
This is breaking news that came just about 2 hours ago, and it is now rippling through, television media, online. How are people consuming this? How is it reaching people?
And, I'm seeing some prostate cancer survivors, people who have lived with this disease, who have been through this, expressing support, both condolences, but also support and cheering Biden on as he faces this. The timing, Jessica, is just extraordinary. We know from the statement from his personal spokesman that Biden learned of the diagnosis on Friday. Well,
no, that's not true. Biden did not learn it on Friday. Biden told us back in 2022. Oopsie.
And because it was a 4-lane highway that was accessible, my mother drove us, and rather than us be able to walk. And guess what? The first frost, you know what was happening? You had to put on your windshield wipers to get literally the oil slick off the window. That's why I and so damn many other people I grew up have cancer. And why can't, for the longest time, Delaware had the highest cancer rate in the nation.
That's weird. That's weird that he told us that he and others have had cancer. And when this did first air, Craig, we remember the media, obviously, did their job. Their job is to spin, protect, deflect, and as we call gaslight us. As we said, why would he say that? Oh, he was just joking, or it was a mistake. So they just added to the list of all the jokes, mistakes. He didn't mean it. They call it a gaffe. None of that's true. We dug this up. This actually happened. Another thing that happened, Greg, is that you had doctors going on CNN trying to play, what do you call it? I guess damage control, but they gave it away. We had one we saw on Joe Scarborough. He brought a specialist on who said, you can't possibly not know this before Biden ran for president. There's no way not to know it. And all the checkups, the regular checkups. And then we come to find out that the treatment for cancer might induce symptoms of, as we saw time and time again, his mind going, this dementia thing kind of setting in, seems to have been, and this is, so we're trying to piece this together on the timeline, that was a reaction to the treatment he was receiving for cancer. And then everybody on his team and everybody in the media helped cover it up and deflected us when we were talking about the story. This is the behavior of the DNC. This is the behavior of the mainstream media. It's not a bad apple situation. It's an exposing of the functionality of how our politics, our politicians, and our political parties work hand in hand with the media to create these narratives. And when these things come out, there's not enough people saying, wait a minute, you guys are giving away the entire game plan right here. I want to get your thoughts on this, Craig, and then we'll get to the Bernie reveal, which happened at exactly the same time, which is part of this number 3 story.
Well, I think the Bernie reveal is way more significant than this right over here, right? This, to me, is nothing more than distraction porn. You know, these sociopaths who control the media and, as the stenographers for the ruling class, do they really believe that we buy into this stuff? Everybody knew Joe Biden was demented. He couldn't even, he was walking around. He kind of gave credence to the thought process that there's a ruling class just pulling the strings, that those who appear to be in power, like the president of the United States, it's really not like the West Wing where it's Jebediah Bartlett making these decisions. They're being controlled. And, I don't think that people are buying into it right now. That this story to me is very much like the jet story, that the guitar jet that they wanted to give to Donald Trump. They want us talking about these things, so we're not talking about things that are much more important and significant. In other words, it's just in motion. The circus that is, they're going to use anything they can to talk about things that aren't important and keep the people distracted. Meanwhile, they've programmed the young people to think that this stuff eventually, when they get to a certain age, is really true, and they should put credence in it and talk about it. No, there's a lot more things that are like what Megyn Kelly said, the number one story forever. No, it's not. It's not even an important story. The number one story is there's still a genocide going on in Gaza every single day. There's murder taking place. And that's the big story that we're, the fact that we're going along with it and we're standing behind a genocide, that's the story right now that they don't want to ever talk about whatsoever. So that's how I view this whole situation.
Well, absolutely. And I agree with you. And the reason why we let in with the cancer story is because we've been trained to look at this and go, okay, let's blame the bad guy, the Jake Tapper, let's beat up on him because he's the unique person that got this wrong, without looking closer at, like I said earlier, Craig, this is the functionality of how the system works. So this is another sign of how they all collude together, and this is how we get our information.
He wrote a book, right? Didn't get an award or something for it too as well?
He released the book.
People rub it in your face, like, and I think they have to understand, and they probably don't, these sociopaths. They think they're fooling everybody because they think they're better than everybody, and we're all just a bunch of useless idiots. We're not fooled by their stupid games. We all knew that Joe Biden was demented and he couldn't put together a sentence, and he was just a puppet. More than anything, he was just a puppet. That's what everybody took from this whole situation, and that's why they buy into the whole Donald Trump outsider, because they want a hero to come save them from what normally is.
That's correct. And the big point there being that when they conduct themselves this way, every single time, democracy gets compromised. So we do not live in a democracy. This isn't a fluke or a one-timer, or Jake Tapper who just became narcissistic and wanted to sell a book. He's part of a functioning system that takes democracy away from us and then tells us that somebody else, that Putin is taking it away, or someone else is taking it away from us, when they in fact are the ones not allowing us to go through that process. Bernie Sanders, and this is the big one, the big reveal, Bernie Sanders tells us this is the functionality and he's as clear as he's ever been about it. And again, we talked about this one on Thursday, and I want your feedback on this. This is going to be, he said a lot. He went on this podcast and he said a lot.
I listened to your whole segment. So
it was one of those things I had to get off my chest. What we need to do is have this discussion. We had to keep having this discussion because our viewers who know, they know better. That's why they watch our shows, and we give you guys that credit that you know what's going on. We got to remind people and give them the historical context of what Bernie is talking about, that this thing has been a problem this entire time. And we know firsthand because we were in the streets with him in 2016 when he was.
I really tell you that's what I took. That was the first step of what we were doing. You were calling out for what it is. We've witnessed this before. We saw it. We have to explain to the people who haven't been there before, don't know what's going on, what exactly happened. But now we have to go through the process too, as well. I think too, as well as discussing it from an objective point of view. You know, on the radio show the other day, there's still people who will sell to me, Matt, regardless of everything, knowing everything that you called out on the show Tuesday, right? Like, we discussed these things. They know all that, but yet they would still look at Bernie Sanders, right, as the lesser of two evils, and the whole system, the establishment, as an actual institution where there's power with these people and they can make these decisions on the benefit of the normal of the working class. They can't. Everything that we see in front of us, everybody is controlled. So I mean, you know, we have to discuss why. I think, you know, talk about it objectively, because people will say, well, it's the lesser of two evils, Matt. You know, and he even said in this whole thing, and that's the thing you got to remember, is that somebody told him to stay on to that sticking point, that you did what you had to do because it's just a choice between the two. The most important thing is we don't want them being mad between the choice of the two. We want them thinking that there's a choice between the two when it's really just one, but a choice between the two, so they stay in that mentality. Yeah. So we really have to have a discussion objectively, and then we have to set standards. We have to explain why we walked out and why you shouldn't vote for that Democratic Party, regardless of what Bernie says and what the establishment says and what society says, that you have to pick between the two. It's going to come down to two, Matt. We got to choose one of the two. The hell we do. We have to set, you know, it's so funny because Lawrence O'Donnell, who I can't stand, right, is the one who made a point which says at one point you have to withhold your vote. What is that line in the sand, Matt, that it should be? That if you're not going to have a democratic process, regardless or not, if Hillary Clinton would be better than Donald Trump, we're not going to vote for you. At the very least, you need to have a democratic process because that's in your name. That's what you're preaching. That's what the marketing is. So if at any point, no matter, even if Donald Trump was going to bomb Gaza twice as much as Joe Biden, which he ain't because they're working hand in hand there, but let's say he was argumentatively, if they are going to thwart the democratic process, you can't vote for them. And I think a lot of people are already there, and more people are getting there now from the right. So we have to explain that after we set those standards, and then we got to present the solution and move forward. What is it? You know, a lot of people bag on me for my looking into the Libertarian Party. We got to present the solution and move forward. We have to figure this out. You know what I'm saying? So I think what you did, and I know I'm rambling off because I mean, I got all this from listening to you talk about it, because we have to call it out for what it is so people can understand what we went through. But then we have to go through all those steps after. I'm sorry. Go ahead, buddy.
No, absolutely. Let's look at it. If you guys miss it, this is Bernie on the Andrew Schultz podcast, where he tells us exactly how the Democratic Party takes away our democracy, exactly how it works. And it's been functioning this way for years and years and years. And we saw it firsthand in the streets in 2016. And a lot of people don't know that this is something he's known the whole time. And he actually admits it right here. Here's one of the clips from that.
Sorry, I hate to interrupt you. We have a question we want to ask about what happened to you in 2016 with this Bernie Bros movement, where your followers are seeing they have a racism problem, a misogyny problem. Do you think that's a super PAC thing behind that?
That was the Democratic establishment. That was the...
wow. Okay.
You know, that was just... They were sitting there. We had a lot of young people. We had people of color, and you know, they create this kind of myth with the help of the corporate media and all that stuff.
You know, it's kind of interesting to that note is during this election, the podcast space, which the Democrats largely avoided, they feel had some influence in the election, and they started to label us the podcast bros and said that we were sexist and we were racist and bigoted. It's almost like it's the exact same strategy to get you out of there.
Yeah, that's what the liberal elite China does. They run away. Look, again, I would hope that everybody who's watching the program is that we as a nation have got to end all forms of bigotry, right?
Yes.
That I start off as a basic assumption.
Unless it's to your close friends, right?
Yeah, whether it's racism or sexism, homophobia, or xenophobia, whatever it is. But, and, you know, liberal Democrats talk about that all the time. And then you get to what we call identity politics.
Yeah.
That you're black, you're wonderful, you're tremendous, you're gay, you're the greatest human being on earth.
Yeah, yeah.
And rather than say, what do you stand for?
Exactly.
You're gay, that's fine, who cares?
Yeah, yeah.
But what do you stand for?
Yeah.
Is every gay person brilliant and wonderful and great? No, of course not. Everybody's a human being.
Yeah.
So the issue is what you stand for, which gets you back to what we discussed earlier, class politics, in the sense of which side are you on?
So I'll stop it there. Listen, this is exactly the game plan we've been saying forever. He sounds like, I guess you would say, a Trumper right there. The reason he sounds like a Trumper is because a lot of people don't know this, that weren't around in 2016. He was the version of Trump for the progressives. He was the guy actually taking on the establishment, actually doing a class warfare, not being blindsided by this weaponization of diversity, weaponization of what, and he spells this whole thing out right here. So this was I believe it was a real call to action. And then he obviously got captured, and then he was told to get in line and tell us to vote for Hillary. And he's never really talked like this ever since. So he's basically telling us that fight the oligarchy tour that's happening right now is all bullshit, Craig, because all they talk about on the tour is get rid of Trump, 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 Trump. Nothing about this, nothing about the party itself is using our emotions against us. It's doing these things. And we know it. We've been through it. So not only do we have to remind people that forgot, we have to educate people that didn't know it happened. We also have to make a call to action to people on the Trump side now who are falling for the same thing we fell for, and warn them this is how you get captured. You get taken off your game when you start idolizing someone and thinking they're going to change they're going to fix everything and they're going to do everything right. And they're playing a little game of chess. We were the original. I want people to know this. You and I and the people in the streets for Bernie in 2016, not 2020, not after, in 2016, the people in the streets, we were the original people that gave the excuse that our leader was playing a 5D chess, a 6D chess. And we fell for that. So we're here to warn people that are falling for that now. It's all theater. It's not real. And Bernie finally is talking about this, and he hasn't said a word about it for years.
Yeah, it's interesting because sometimes I just often wonder, like, there was a time when Bernie seemed to have flipped a switch, right? There was a insinuation that Bernie Sanders was taken in the locker room and was told, hey, enough is enough. Shut up, get in line, back the establishment. Otherwise, we're going to have Jane thrown in jail for this whole Fugazi, scheme they tried to put on her at one point. Remember, for taking money or not filling out the process properly when it came to getting money for a college fund or something. Like I know it came down supposedly the Donald Trump pipeline or surrounding his people, but it was like a message from the establishment: get in line. That's it. And then he got in line. You know what I'm saying? And now here he is peeking his head out again, because he was the class candidate in 2016. In 2020, he got all caught up. And once again, it's the theater. You don't know what's going on, but the whole Liz Warren thing, and, the Donald Trump is the most racist, sexist president of all time. And he became a culture war critter. And then Joe Biden is my friend. But I think in 2020, we were still kind of interested to say, well, listen, Bernie Sanders capitulated to the establishment in 2016. If he's ready to step up and say no more and really take them on and take the gloves off and go after it, then we were all going to be like, okay, let's see, right? You know what I'm saying? We were still kind of peeking in the door. But after that, we were completely done after Joe Biden is my friend. And now he is just held in disgust. And I think it is important for people to understand why. And the scarier part, too, is as well why it's great that you're focusing on this today and, establishing what's happening, is that they're going to try to do it again. There's a bunch of people, like you said, who don't know what happened in 2016. And we can tell them, and we can just say for sure that this guy at the end of the day is not going to be there when we need him most. In fact, he does more damage than good right now, and he is not the lesser of two evils.
Yeah, 100%. All right, moving on to the number 2 story. Coming in at number 2, the WHO Plandemic Treaty has now been adopted by 173 countries since the 78th session of the World Health Assembly in Geneva, Switzerland just occurred. This is an ongoing problem, Craig. We've been talking about the Plandemic Treaty, but it keeps inching itself further and further towards a future that we are arriving in, where most of the world will be bowing down to this organization that nobody voted for, and they're going to be calling the shots on our health forever, because nobody, as we know, nobody gives up power. It has to be taken from them. So you give the power away, you're never getting it back. So we're seeing this happen in real time. This was a UK
I was going to say you should have "plandemic" in air quotes because it's just so people know it's a pandemic treaty.
Oh, I'm sorry, that was a typo. Let me.
Oh, I thought you were being sarcastic.
No, I was, but I'm saying it was a typo. There's my air quotes. Actually, let me do that. That's actually a good idea. We'll go ahead and do the accidental quotes. Good call on that one. Yeah, my bad. I mean,
it's not your bad because a lot of people would agree with it. They would. I might agree that it was a pandemic of sorts, and you know what I'm saying. And
I accidentally accidentally put an L in there. That my mistake. Didn't mean to misreport that. It was a pandemic. Google and YouTube know this. It was a pandemic. So I'll air quote it on the thing just so people know that it was a typo. So there it is. There it is. This pandemic treaty has been now adopted by 173 countries. Here's a little clip from the thing in Geneva. Here we go.
The resolution is adopted.
Yay! Good news. Everybody applaud. Everybody applaud. And here we go. This is from Concerned Citizen. The 73 countries, they've agreed to this. This means the globalist lunatics will be able to declare a pandemic whenever they see it, superseding national sovereignty and determining more lockdowns, masking, and of course, mandatory vaccines. Vigilant Fox chimes in. Oh, look at this. Singapore just made it a crime to refuse a vaccination, threatening jail time and massive fines for saying no. Strangely, that law passed right after Bill Gates and Klaus Schwab paid a visit. This is how it works. They have to go around and campaign for each country to sign on. And so they've been doing this kind of successfully. As we said, 173 countries have said yes to this. They've bowed down. They took the bait or whatever it was. They took the bribe or the blackmail, whatever it is. They're going door to door and they're getting people to sign up. Craig, there is good news. There's a lot of countries not on that list. I hope, I'm going to say yet, because I hope it's not yet. I hope it's just they stay off the list. But here's what we know who has not signed. This is from Citizen Go. Here's the countries who have not signed onto the treaty. And there we are. And this is good. This might have something to do with RFK Jr. and Trump. Who knows how long we're going to hold out on it, but we have not signed it. China, Russia, India, Brazil, South Africa. So all these countries. I'm going to go to the next page.
See, that's part of the whole Texas two-step. Oh, Trump, we're not on it. We didn't sign that. But they know down the road that Israel and the United States will go and get on it eventually. They'll just use the whole fake, oh, we have a Democrat there. You know, Gavin Newsom is now signed on to the pandemic treaty. So they'll get it on there because they're the ones who kind of perpetrated it to begin with in the first place. Like the United States had a big part of putting together that pandemic treaty almost out of the gate on the heels of the COVID. So they don't have it right now on the schedule. They don't have the next pandemic plan until I think 2031. So by then, a Democrat will be in there, will be signed, and our sovereignty will be handed on over to the World Economic Forum. They'll get us there.
So you're saying this is they're playing the long game.
Of course. Right now, they're getting the other countries in there. That's the framework done. They're sweeping up the small ones, and now they're going to get the big ones at the very end. I don't know where China and Russia will stand on it, but I know the United States. Is Cuba on there? Who knows?
They might have signed on. I didn't.
They might have. They might have. Suckers. So I don't know. I don't trust Diaz-Canal. I know Brazil's on that thing. Go put the list up again. Who's not on it, please?
This is who's not on it. Okay.
Because it's in alphabetical order, right? So I mean, is Brazil's not on it? Wow. Woo! Look at that, Lula holding out. We know Modi and all right. The BRICS nations are not on there, right?
That's right.
The BRICS nations are not on there. That's why they won't do it. They're not going to let the World Economic Forum, okay, Turkey, Bangladesh, Saudi Arabia, all right, Bahrain.
Yeah. And the last one.
Go back to the first page again one more time.
Yeah.
Egypt, Mexico, and Argentina. Wow. Interesting.
But like you're saying,
all Europe's on there.
Yeah, all of Europe is on there. It's pretty bad.
Is there anybody from Europe not in Europe? What's the second page? Give me a European country. Come on. No. No, all of Europe's on there.
Oh, they got him.
All of Europe's on there.
That's
they got him.
Oh,
United States will come around. It's United States is a closer, like journalism.
Yeah.
The horse.
The horse. Okay. Well, we'll keep an eye on that for you guys, as we always do. Time for the number one story. Here we go. Coming in number one for top censored news of the week. Mainstream media pushes embassy killings as anti-Semitism, while the IDF attack on EU diplomats story gets silence. What was this attack? You guys, did you not hear about this attack? It happened literally less than 24 hours ago. And yet now we got this news story we have to cover at the embassy in DC and the killings that happened there, which everyone's talking about now. So why don't we back up a few hours before that and show you guys the real breaking news that we should all be covering right now. And this was tweeted out. There is Adam Media. Breaking: Israel opens fire on Europeans. Israeli soldiers, he has in quotes, fired upon a European diplomatic delegation at the entrance of HENIN refugee camp in the West Bank. Israel is a terrorist pariah state. Witness their true colors. And here is the videos Adam shared when the firing was in process, and they had to literally run for their lives. Here you go. These are EU diplomats.
Did they kill any? How many people?
No, we have not seen any. There were no deaths in them. And so the IDF immediately issues this response. And you know how honest they've been in responding to these things. Here we go.
Including Belgium, Spain and Italy have demanded an explanation from Israel after its military fired on a diplomatic delegation in the occupied West Bank. Well, no injuries were reported in the incident, which happened in the flashpoint city of Jenin. The Israeli military said shots were fired into the air after the delegation, which reportedly included diplomats from Britain, Belgium, Spain, Italy and Canada, strayed from a previously agreed route. It said the soldiers who'd fired the warning shots had not realized they were diplomats. The Israeli army said it regretted the inconvenience caused.
They didn't know they were diplomats, Craig. They thought they were Hamas. Because it's hard to tell, because Hamas likes to hide behind civilians and apparently diplomats. So it can really confuse those IDF soldiers. And they must have just been honestly confused about that. So this story, as you can imagine, and now there's no deaths reported, but because they're EU diplomats, they're going back home and they're enraged about this. And it does change public perception if this story gets more coverage. So why isn't this story getting more coverage? Well, because we have another story that broke, which is way, way more important than this. And I should add, way more important than all of Israel's crimes they're committing on a daily, hourly basis, as we know that every 10 minutes, one child gets killed in Gaza. None of that ever makes the news, but apparently this does make the news here. The arrest of this shooter there was basically two. Okay, so here's the story. You guys heard 2 Israeli embassy staff were shot dead outside the Capitol at the Jewish Museum in Washington. This is the arrest of the guy who apparently did the shooting. He's the suspect who hung around and waited to be arrested and then shouted out, "Free Palestine." Let's watch the actual arrest taking place.
No. Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
And then, of course, they needed an immediate response from the White House. Pam Bondi, late into the early hours of the evening last night, she issued this statement, and you can see the look on her face because this is the worst thing ever that has ever happened, ever, at least as long as Trump's been president. And you can tell because she had to talk about this at midnight last night.
Mayor, thank you. Chief, thank you. Ambassador, our hearts go out to you and your staff. I spoke to the President of the United States multiple times tonight on behalf of the President. His prayers are with all of us, all of the Jewish community, everyone in Washington, D.C., state, local, and federal agencies, and our great U.S. Attorney, HENIN Pirro, who will be prosecuting this case. We'll be doing everything in our power to keep all citizens safe, especially tonight our Jewish community. Our prayers go out. We have the FBI, all of our federal agencies will work hand in hand with you, Chief, as we have done, and you, Mayor, to do everything we can to keep our citizens safe. We will follow the facts. We will follow the law. And this defendant, if charged, will be prosecuted to the fullest extent.
Yeah, pretty serious there, Craig. Now, look, there's a lot of people talking about this possibly being a false flag operation. Before we get to our opinions on that, because again, I guess we can definitely add some commentary. I just want to put this up here first. This is the reaction we saw. There's Caitlin Johnstone. She's been obviously champion of the anti-war movement for years. 2 Israeli embassy staff getting shot in Washington, D.C. is less newsworthy than tens of thousands of Palestinians being killed in Israel's genocide land grab. It is less important. It deserves less attention. It's not the main story. Israel's genocide in Gaza is the main story, as we said earlier. Here's another one. This is Best D. Marks. 20,000 children dead. Violence is okay. 2 Israeli embassy staff members dead. Violence is not okay anymore. Cabral says the entire Western media is about to act more outraged over the deaths of 2 Israeli embassy workers than they ever have over the tens of thousands of innocent civilians killed in Palestine. And then this tweet goes on even further. Fuck Israel, fuck Israeli diplomat, fuck an Israeli embassy. And that's an extreme reaction, but the anger is rightfully there because how do we not have these press conferences happening daily about the crimes committed by the IDF, by Israel, by our taxpayer money going to these crimes every single day? I like this from Z Squirrel. This is the name of the guy. His name is that was killed. Yaron Lesensky. He was not even Jewish. He was a crazed Christian Zionist freak who volunteered to serve in the Israeli rape army and then did propaganda for them at the embassy. This makes calling this an anti-Semitic attack doubly deranged and actually the height of anti-Semitism by conflating Israel and non-Jewish Israelis with all Jews. And of course, the entire media and political class is doing it with utter glee so they can launder genocidal Zionist propaganda. Craig, what's your thoughts so far on this developing story?
Well, there's so much to unpack today. You know, I tried to download this video where I caught a little bit of Fox News right after they just did a report, Fox and Friends in the morning. I forgot the tall, slender, black, older woman. She's very well-spoken. She did this rant and this rave, right? Now, before I get to her rant and rave, I just want to say that whether this was a false flag, an inside job, or happened naturally, to what degree, you know, like I think it was, you know, Steve Poikonen from the morning show from AM Wake Up and Slow News Day, he used to talk about it all the time. They don't need the fully MK Ultra people anymore. Everybody's so on edge. Everybody's so drugged up. Not everybody, but a lot of people are, that they only have to locate and find these people and give them a nudge. So it could be to any degree of an inside job, a false flag, or something that just happened naturally. Some guy got really pissed off and decided to do this because he's sick and tired of what he sees in Gaza. At the end of the day, it doesn't make a difference because the ruling class and the oligarchy, whatever you want to call them, they're going to use this to take advantage and exploit the situation so they can push the divide and conquer tactics. There's a they and there's an us. I mean, it was mind-boggling the way this Fox News reporter today was just talking about it and separating us again. And once again, anti-Semitism, and I know what it's designed to do when they start talking about how this is so awful. And just like this guy Squirrel was putting up this guy's actual history and what he is, and not even, Jewish. He was a Zionist who was whatever the case may be. It just sucks because he is dead. He was killed. And now both sides are going to demonize each other. And like I said on Fox Friends, they were talking about how anti-Semitic this was and how awful it was. Yet the people who've been following and think that the Gaza situation, the story, what's going on there, the biggest story, like Caitlin Johnson, just spoke out, knows that those couples, that happens 50 times a day, every single day in Gaza. 100 people almost get whacked out, killed, disgusting, and they're not even talked about at all. So just seeing this today and watching the divisiveness, right? How divisive she was. There's a they hate us. So instead of looking at the ruling class, we're looking at now Arabs. They hate us. Why are we even questioning that? She says they hate us. She's talking about a they and us, and Donald Trump is playing all into this. I mean, it's just it's some scary times. It's almost like they want a race war right now.
Yeah, and these tweets that we shared, this is anticipation of what's happening. We understand this game plan. Like you said, whatever degree it's a false flag, 1% false flag, 100%, or anywhere in there. This is the reaction we knew we were going to get. So those tweets went out immediately. We grabbed them, woke up today, and this is exactly, they were 100% right. Here's Dana Bash on CNN. I'm going to give you guys a little taste of what the news cycle is going to be like for the next several weeks. And the fury and the rage against people who are only acting out and saying the words "Free Palestine" because they're trying to incite violence. I kid you not. That's the news story today on CNN. Free Palestine equals violence. How convenient.
Heard the alleged killer saying "Free Palestine." We hear that on the streets. We hear that on college campuses. And there are a lot of people who have been worried that has been turned into a call to arms and a call to action and violence.
Yes.
Others claim that it's not. What do you think now that we have seen this?
I think there's no question, whatever its initial intent and whatever people were saying initially or meant it has become a call for violence, and not violence against Israelis, which is wrong, but violence against Jews. And anybody who tries to separate the two and try to say, oh, I'm just against Palestine, I'm just, against Israel's policies in Palestine or in Gaza, and I'm not anti-Semitic. This was anti-Semitism, pure and simple.
So she's saying if anybody dares try and separate the two, we just showed you when they're not separated. We just showed you a guy who, by the way, the suspect in the double murder, hung around, waited to get arrested, and conveniently yelled out "Free Palestine." We just showed you how it works. Those two things are inseparable. Murdering Jews and saying "Free Palestine" are from now on inseparable things. So anyone who dares try to separate them, we're going to keep playing that video over and over of that guy saying "Free Palestine" as he's going away in cuffs. And that's going to shut you up even harder. That's what's happening right now, Craig. This is absolutely disgusting. This is clearly, obviously, this is not journalism. This is propaganda. This is defending this murderous, tyrannical, military, illegal occupation, apartheid state we've been funding for decades and decades. And yeah, we've moved into this next stage of war. The war is not, there's not a war in Gaza. It's an annihilation in Gaza. The war is between free speech and humanity versus the oligarchy and the psychopaths that actually run this planet. That's the real war. And it looks like we just kicked it in to the next gear here.
Yep.
I don't know what else to say.
Yeah. No. Well, I mean, there's not much to say.
There's not much else. Yeah.
There's not much to say. And it is scary because like I said, you see this and you got to think about what's the overall plan. I think that's why this is so crazy that this happened today, and the guest that's coming on is just like such the appropriate guest to talk about this, because I think too, on the heels of the Kash Patel and Dan Bongino saying that Epstein killed himself, right? So confidently, not even like saying, I think they probably killed himself, my personal opinion, you know what I'm saying, but saying it so confidently as if they're out there to push the agenda and the team sports mentality, people go along with it. Still, more America first people are pushing back against that, and they see something bigger. They understand that Donald Trump is protecting an elite. He acted like he was going to fight them and drain the swamp, but we also knew, a lot of us, that they would never allow him to do that because they would kill him, just like they killed Kennedy, and they would do that. That's how much power and control they have, But, yeah, I mean, what is the overall plan? Are they this October 7th and yesterday with this slaying, this killing, this murdering? Were they inside jobs? Were they plans? People talk about it all the time. I say it doesn't even matter, right? We just know that the ruling class is going to try to move the people, pit them against each other. Orange Revolution. Orange Revolution.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that here in a moment. I'm going to go out on a limb, Craig, before we end Top Censored News here. I'm going to go out on a limb and say, yes, that was a false flag. Absolutely a false flag.
What? Does it even matter, Matt Weinglass? They're going to use it the same way. Fake or real?
This is not how people behave that are in the Free Palestine movement. It's also not how killers behave.
You're inside a psycho jihadist's head.
They
hate us for our freedoms, Matt. They said so on Fox and Friends.
Of course, they told us on Fox and Friends, so we have to believe that, of course. I'm just saying this type of person doesn't actually exist. We've seen this time and time again, where the infiltrations of the rallies, of the peace movements, they get infiltrated. You can tell, we zoom in on these people. They're pretending to be Palestinian protesters, and then they do some psychotic shit, like they start like spray painting the wrong slogan, like Hamas all the way. Like they start doing stuff that isn't in the language. They start jumping up and down like psychopaths. They start starting fires.
It could be just somebody behind this, and the FBI and the CIA looking in, just watching everybody's tweets and everything, and the AI flagging it like, oh, look at this nut job here. He was abused by his parents. You know what I'm saying? He's really confused, whatnot. He's on these medications. Oh, let's just give him a little push. Let's act like somebody else and give him that little bling. You don't even need to fully MK Ultra people today. They're all messed up anyways. It's got to give them a little push.
Well, some say
who knows we'll get out of it. Maybe the FBI agents were betting. I bet he would kill 4 people. No, he only killed 2 people.
Yeah. Well, this is the guy. There he is. Christian Zionist, served on the IDF. He dedicated his life to Israel and Zionism. Yeah.
Was that his fiance? I mean, listen. I don't care. I feel bad. It's sad that this kid had to get whacked like that. You know what I'm saying? It's terrible. But it's really also being used to show like these people like, all right, you're literally going to make such a huge fuss about this when they're doing this 50 times a day in Palestine and on our dime, and you're going to completely ignore it.
Yeah.
This is the perfect thing to set people off and putting people in corners. Watch the rallies the next several days too as well.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And unfortunately, they're going to say, you're crying about this little kid who was in the IDF. He was a Zionist American. He deserved to die. You're going to see that out there. And then the right using that. Look at this extreme. They hate us. They hate us for our freedoms. And you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The right is going to be calling jihad. It might get hairy in the next couple of days. It's crazy that this happened and Miriam's coming on right now because... Wow, they're getting in the streets again, Miriam. Both sides. Here they go.
They're getting.
You want to learn why? Get the book.
We're getting the book. We're getting the book. All right. Okay. This is that. I guess that ought to do it for this week.
Get the book.
Are you ready to do that? Do the line with me. Come on. Do it along with me here. And that's been
Top
censored
news of the week. We just did it like freaking, what's his name? Dan, I hate him. What's his name? He used to be in a, oh, I forgot his name. The guy, the anti-Russian dude, Keith Olbermann. We just did it like
Keith Olbermann. There's a character for you.
He was like worst person of the week. That was his thing.
Well,
can we get a 30-second podcasters room break?
You want to take? Okay,
I gotta go to a little podcasters room.
Okay, go ahead and go to the little podcasters room. I'll throw up a card, and guys, go grab yourself a drink. Whatever you got to do. We'll be right back with our special guest, MARYAM HENIN. We'll see you guys in just a moment.
Can't hear you. You're muted.
Oh shoot! So you saw this, but you didn't hear it.
No.
I was doing the DJ stuff there. Trying to at least.
In addition to be a basketball athlete, he's also a musician. Him and his brother, and I'm thankful that he's not ragging on me about the Knicks today. But you know,
I was gonna say, man, that was a crazy.
You want to hear something funny? It sucked, but I still think the Knicks are going to win the series. You know, they've been in that position before. They're down, but they're not out, and that's going to wake them up. That was their game. They gave it to them. They spotted Indiana game. My prediction is the Knicks going to win the next 3 games in a row, right? And
we're gonna have to win.
They're gonna win. It's gonna go tied up. They're gonna win the next 2 in a row, and they're gonna lose game 4, and they're gonna go back to New York. And game 5 will be the pivotal game, and I think the Knicks will take game 5. And
it's a good call. I'm not against that.
They might wrap it up in 6. They might wrap it up in 7. But to me, I think they're gonna get the next 2 in a row.
You got it. You got it.
I have confidence, and I trust that team. But let's stick to the good stuff right now, because we got a guest that we want to.
We got to guess it. I had to give one shout out to I got to give a shout out to the new theme song. Jay Scott, our co-host on Tuesdays, is putting together a song for us. That's the beat we're using. He's got some lyrics. We're working on a little theme song for the Homeless Left. It's in process right now. So we've been using we've been using the beat. Yeah, we're looking forward to putting that one together for us.
Nice.
The Homeless Left. So yeah, let's get into the next topic with our special guest. I'll give her a proper introduction. She is a veteran investigative journalist of 25 years, a functional medicine consultant and coach, filmmaker and author. Her new book, Operation George Floyd, is available right now. Please welcome back to the show, the B lady, MARYAM HENIN. There we go.
Hi, happy to be here with you guys.
Great to have you. Absolutely. And thanks for being back here with us.
I got mine, get yours.
There it is. There's the book. The long-awaited book, with anticipating this release. I'm so glad when you reached out to me, MARYAM, and said that this thing's out. It's ready to go. We're ready to dive into the story again. You've been on the show before. You kind of opened my mind to this entire narrative that was we knew going in, okay, the DNC has captured this movement, the BLM movement. We knew there was something shady about it, but we didn't know the details as far as the origin of this, because everybody knows it started with George Floyd. But what actually happened with George Floyd that caused this to go down the way it did, and basically use this is another thing we see, use people's emotions against them and get them to act against their own interests. But it all started with this case. Could you tell us what is going on to get you in this book? It's a massive book. What is the main purpose of you writing this book and getting this out there to people right now?
Thank you. Well, the timing, I am in the future, so it's convenient that it's the 5-year anniversary. The book was supposed to come out last year. It's gone through I'm at the 3rd publisher, and it's a print, meaning there's only X amount in circulation, and you can only get it on my website. So I'm a record keeper. It sounds woo-woo, but I've remembered that I've done this before. I'm a scribe. I speak truth, 100% truth, nothing but the truth. And if we think about the hearings that we just had regarding JFK, here we are decades later. So this is for the future, long after I'm gone. If people care about 100% truth and details, because that's where the devil does lie, then this is what real journalism is about. And it's full of images and Freedom of Information Act. I mean, the people who have started reading it, because there's about 100 people that waited a year that pre-ordered the book, not understanding what I'm going through behind the scenes. And it is timely, because here we are looking at a sequel to The Summer of Love. And sorry, I need to turn off my phone. But of course I can't right now. Excuse me.
No worries.
I'm gonna put it away because it's not turning off. Excuse me.
No worries.
You might hear a beep because so it's convenient that there's a movement to free Derek Chauvin, the cop that was involved and accused of putting his knee on George Floyd's neck, and that were upon a summer probably of who knows what I don't know if they're stoking the narrative, trying to create division, or if it's actually going to happen. I kind of knew in the script that Derek is going to get a pardon, but there's so much more. And this was not motivated by race. I did share my movie I queued it up toward the end where I do talk about race and how they use race to divide the masses. And
Miriam, I want to get into all that from your vantage point. I think because it's important we have this. That's why you're here. So we have this discussion. I think it's important we first update the viewers if they forgot the story or they want to understand what is the significance that you mentioned right now. This is we saw this go down about a week ago that it looked like. It says this is from a local news channel in Minneapolis where this took place. Minneapolis and state leaders prepare for possible Derek Chauvin pardon. So this was about over a week ago. They were looking to do the pardon, but then CNN. Now I'm only putting the CNN article up because this is so people were reminded about the story that was told. But this is it does kind of make it a little confusing as far as what is actually happening right now with the current administration. So let's just go a little bit through this. So the end of the federal oversight and calls to pardon George Floyd's convicted killer could undermine police reforms, Minneapolis leaders warn. So some of the stuff going on here is it's been, like you said, 5 years since George Floyd. Now this is CNN's take and analysis. Begged for his life as white police officer in Minneapolis. I like how they have to tell us that he's white. Knelt on the black father's neck for more than 9 minutes. After a bystander video, Floyd's death sparked nationwide calls for an end to police impunity and brutality, which we believe they should have regulations on how they conduct their business. That's a different story. But Derek Chauvin was fired. A state jury ultimately convicted him of murder, and he pleaded guilty to civil rights violations, netting him more than 2 decades in prison. And then meanwhile, in a separate partnership with the U.S. Justice Department, they began implementing policy reforms to try and prevent such any tragedy from happening again. Those efforts came to an abrupt halt Wednesday as Trump announced it would end its oversight of police reforms through court-authorized consent decrees in cities including Minneapolis, Phoenix, Louisville, Kentucky. Now, we happen to be all about police reforms when they have unprecedented power, and we see it all the time. But this which makes this story hard for people to fully understand when you come in with your part of this, which we're going to get to in a second. But this is where we are now. This is what's so odd about Trump's role in this right now. This move complicates the path forward, ensuring more fair policy in Minneapolis. Leaders told CNN some activist lawmakers on political right are urging Trump to pardon Chauvin. When asked outright in March if he was considering the pardon, Trump told reporters he hadn't even heard about it. So he's either he's not paying attention or he's playing dumb, or he's just deflecting, but he has no interest. He's not signaled any interest in it. And then I just want to follow up with this. They do mention Marjorie Taylor Greene. They call her a GOP firebrand, who wrote last week on social media, "I strongly support Derek Chauvin being pardoned and released from prison." And Ben Shapiro launched a pardon campaign to encourage Trump to do the same, in part with the nod from White House confident billionaire Elon Musk. Green also resurfaced without evidence the argument refuted by medical officials. Really? Okay. And rejected by state jury of Chauvin's peers that Floyd died of drug overdose. Maryam, if you can pick it up from there, and because you're the one that's been researching this, you've been the most active journalist on this story, who can probably tell us more than anything that anybody at CNN, and let alone any other apparent news organization, could tell us about this. So please let us know what you've discovered and why this is so important that people know this.
Yeah, let's unpack this. Let's make no mistake that on one level, this was a duty to intervene exercise, and that there's lots of reforms I cover in my book which states have acted on police reform. So these police reforms have already occurred. I mean, these are thousands of bills in motion. So the impact of George Floyd is multi-layered. Now let's unpack this movement to free him and the players. So obviously Marjorie Taylor Greene is a character that stokes, shock and sparks discord between the left and the right. Now the movement to pardon him is by the Daily Wire. And I have not looked at who's behind the Daily Wire, but where were these people? Of course, Candace did a film after getting my trailer. and also the fall of Minneapolis happened, came out a year after my film, which has been suppressed by both the left and the right, because it blows, the veil and establishes that these are two sides of the same coin for division specifically. So on one hand, well, both of these characters, George Floyd and Derek Chauvin, are patsies. Derek, if you take a look at the trial, which I did cover for Activist Post every single day, did not get a fair trial. He represents we, the people. It was a farce. And it was rejected by even the Supreme Court. He had a different band, a different firm who did the appeal. The lawyer who told me, Maryam, how is it that you get the most information from any journalist? And I said, because I'm the only journalist, real journalist, that's really researching this story. A real investigation takes years. This took 5 years. If you think of someone going to get like a dermatology, some whatever, like a blowout in West Palm Beach is $400. This goes for $88 because there's only X amount in circulation. This is real truth, while the Ministry of Truth is vaporizing reality. And people still believe that this had to do with race when it didn't. Alexander Kang, who's free today, one of the officers, is Black. Maurice Lester Hall, who was with George Floyd that day, is in jail. Does anybody care about his Black life? I don't think so. And Benjamin Crump wouldn't take his case. I called on behalf of Maurice Lester Hall because I inject myself like Hunter S. Thompson into stories. Meanwhile, the man who stabbed Derek 22 times, who was also coerced, but nobody knows that story, to stab Derek 22 times. Nobody knows the details of the shanking except the B lady. Other outlets like 60 Minutes and Fox want exclusives, but John Turscak, aka Stranger, doesn't want to speak to the parrots and the prostitutes, but trusts me. And it's come to the point now where I'm getting cockroaches in my lunch and getting death threats. So who knows? This probably, usually with me, they neutralize me, they cover me up. So I'm very grateful for anyone who gives me a voice to share my very hard work. This is a very dark topic, but it reads like a deep state whodunit thriller. And it's like a Russian doll where you open one up and then there's another doll inside. So here we're going to pardon Derek, who I believe was thrown to the wolves. Why did they send him to a prison in Arizona where there's a lot of gang members? And why did they apparently put in lyrics, rap songs, that it was a trophy to get Derek, right? So now we're caring about his life, but I believe that he's a scapegoat as well. Now, when you take a look at George, the truth is, I mean, I've been sitting on information for years. The truth is they used 3 different Georges, a Floyd George and 2 other George Floyds, to create an amalgamation. And now today we're having scholarships in his name because it's all about putting God-loving, law-abiding citizens in behind bars, whether it's literal bars or proverbial bars, and then glorifying criminals, because George Floyd was a criminal. Fentanyl was involved. And in my film, I show, he says, I'm scared AF when this goes off on me, man. When what goes off? So to explain the toxicology reports, you need to say, hey, I want to look for cyanide. And if you don't be specific, there can be substances that you don't even pick up on. There's no one, only medical examiner Andrew Baker did the autopsy, yet they had during that year the Hollywood forensics lawyer who did Epstein, I forget it, Michael Baden, and he had a Black sidekick, because this event, we were under lockdown. We went from virus to violence overnight, and this event was even used to get more vaccines into the arms of the #1 vaccine hesitant population, Black people. Oh, look, the government cares about systemic racism. Maybe Tuskegee wasn't that bad.
So, yeah, so we're saying that the connection between the BLM movement and COVID both seem to be movements that were used to manufacture consent. Primarily, you're saying primarily to target the Black and brown communities, which we know that they were the ones that were skeptical more. They didn't report on that on the mainstream. We didn't get to hear that the people that were most skeptical about the vaccines were people in those communities, not the as they would call them, MAGA white nationalist Trumper idiots, which they tried to frame it that way. But it was actually those communities. So you're saying that the BLM movement was designed to get them to consent even more.
It wasn't designed. It was revived because Eric Garner said I can't breathe. And isn't that like spectacular to have I can't breathe in conjunction with us having to wear face diapers? And that the NIH looked to the messaging of Black Lives Matter in order to increase confidence in the vaccine. And the FDA and Fauci very well know that it's Black people.
Okay,
who are
let's pause for a second and unpack this completely so we can understand this, because I want to make sure that people understand exactly what's going on, right? So you said this book, I mean, the situation with George Floyd was not about race, right? You mentioned Marjorie Taylor Greene as a character. There's other patsies involved. You said it reads like a deep state thriller. And this is the whodunit of what really went on, okay? So what you're saying is that the whole situation with George Floyd was some type of kabuki theater. My question to you is, who and what is pulling the strings? And are you saying the why was to get more vaccines and arms, that's what this was used for? Or is there something deeper, like for more divisiveness, for more splitting people, right? Like another color revolution of sorts.
Absolutely.
Who and what are pulling the strings is what I want to know.
Well,
and why?
It's multi-layered. So you could say on one layer, we're doing police reforms. On another layer, we're dividing the country and ushering a color revolution. Another layer, we're amping up. It's like, let's kill as many birds with one stone as possible. Now, who's behind it? I go into the Masonic links, which I know is like conspiratorial. And I started out thinking it's conspiratorial, but I did bold the 254 instances of Masonic 33s, which is, I'll tell you, kind of like a "we were here" little signature. On another level, I just had a complete brain fart. Oh yeah, the people I talk about Tavistock and explain this incrementalism where there's an infiltration and people are just doing their jobs. So they're not really paying attention to what it is they're doing. You could give the analogy of like you get cast for a commercial as an actor. You want to learn your lines. You want to get that paycheck. You want to boost your ego, advance your career, but you don't realize that you're actually doing a Pfizer commercial. You don't look at the bigger picture at hand. So with these psychological operations, there are players that are compartmentalized and they don't know the full scope. You could go to a George Floyd, who is arguably an FBI informant, and say to him, we're going to immortalize you. We're going to make you Rodney King 2.0. But he doesn't know that he's not going to wake up, or the other players are not told, because this is also a duty to intervene exercise. So when these exercises are designed, it's like a Gordian knot. Like, oh, it's excited delirium. Oh no, it's like we have to load and go. So it becomes a little exercise where in the federal trial of the 3 officers, which who covered that? I did. That what was on the stand was the police manual, which they shred to bits and reformed. And that there was talk about exercises. I wasn't physically there. I have to rely on like secondhand journalism with a pool reporter. So what I did is I signed up to all the pool reporters so I can get all the notes and then use my context and find out. I'll give you an example. During the federal trial, I called an NBC reporter. I told him, you know that's not George Floyd's car, right? And he goes, I know that. So right away I know, oh, so you know things that you're not reporting on. And then in the middle of the conversation, he said this. I started my career at MSNBC. He said, my boss told me not to talk to people like you. I'm like, your boss? I didn't say this. Like, is there mafioso? People like me? Who's people like me? Real journalists? Probably one of the best in this country. where this book is being suppressed. It's not on Amazon, where it's been effed around by 2 different publishers, and I've worked 5 years, and it's not for money. I mean, it's definitely not for glory. I realize now that it was to set the record. Like, I pulled a string, and I didn't let go. I didn't tap out. And I kind of fell into this by accident when Zach Voorhees, the Google whistleblower, we were in the jungle, because I took him to the jungle knowing this pandemic was amidst us. Excuse me. It's crazy that I can't turn off my phone. Sorry, go ahead. The day of the George Floyd event, Zach said, Mimi, it's my nickname, can you come and choke me? And I'm like, what? And he's like, I'm doing the George Floyd challenge. And I was literally the first person in the country to call the medical examiner. And they told me it would take weeks and weeks and weeks. So to your point of it's good to reference CNN, because these players, CNN, the Daily Mail, this is really like a blueprint. Like, oh, this is how they do their operations. This is how, this is all the players.
Yeah. This is how they, who is they again, you say?
They. Okay,
yeah,
so
they,
if you look at they are the people behind Tavistock. And again, I just gave an analogy that you're just doing your job. So who gave the missives to abandon the police station, right? Where do those directions come from? I mean, MARYAM, I got hundreds of internal emails between the government and the MPD where they're signaling. So who is issuing wires? Like, I don't have all the answers as to who, but I will say to you in the audience, if you watch Game of Thrones or another series, it's very detailed, it's very real. And that in the latest book, or maybe not anymore, of Bill Gates, there's a chapter called Practice, Practice, Practice. And in the book, I go over all the different exercises. We've witnessed now these tabletop exercises. We were guinea pigs in an experiment. So, you know, who put that on?
Yeah. So I think what Craig was alluding to in that original question is that you have these pieces, theater pieces put together in order to divide people more. And so it's really hard to say that there's like one person plotting the whole thing, but you have this, I guess there's a lot of words for it. There's globalist, there's oligarchy, there's donor class, there's when we talk about, we have a whole long list. We talk about Zionists. We talk about a lot of different groups that like to control narratives and get people to get mad at the wrong stuff and be distracted by what's really going on. So that's what we're, I guess, what we're seeing here. But the why, I think the why is the most important, really more than anything. And then the who, hopefully we can find out more as you're not done with your investigation, are you? You're still looking into it. I mean, we don't.
Oh, no. I am resigned as a journalist. I'm identifying as a cosmic journalist now. I've given back to humanity, and now I want to care for me. And I believe, I'm sorry that it's distraction, and I want to go within and do my go back on my spiritual path. I would like to read a part that references the they, because that is a talking point where you can, you can put someone against the wall and go, well, who's they, right? Like, that's a good way to, because how can you really explain it? Okay, I would think that if you're reading this book, you already have considered the concept of a secret elite group exercising control over every aspect of our lives. But alas, this notion is still beyond the realm of possibility or comprehension for too many. Without Tavistock, there would have been no World War I, World War II, no Bolshevik Revolution, Korea, Vietnam, Serbia, and Iraq wars. Quote, Tavistock is behind every spontaneous social movement of the last century, including feminism, sexual liberation, the peace movement, the New Age movement, environmentalism, homosexuality, abortion, and lately the transgender movement, writes Daniel Estelin in his 2015 book, Tavistock Institute, Social Engineering the Masses. Tavistock's first objective was to create propaganda to start a war between Britain and Germany. The motivation was inspired by Germany's rapid progress in surpassing Britain with economic power. They managed to convince the people to fight a war when they didn't even want to. Tavistock can accomplish its lofty goals because they're endowed with unlimited funds and have close ties to the CIA, FBI, M16, MI6, media corporations, Hollywood, and advertising agencies. This symphony of social engineers ensures the implementation of cultural programs that distract and ultimately blind minds. It was Tavistock that developed the strategy of crisis creation to manipulate mass populations by sponsoring several sensitivity and diversity programs designed to erase a people's individuality to make them team players. We see this in the United States today. So I have a whole chapter that can, I really like, if someone reads this, how are they going to dispute? And I think that's what makes it dangerous, that you have to wonder, why is the left and the right not wanting to get a book out?
Yeah,
see, that's what I refer to them to as well, Maryam. I call them the social engineers, right? That's a little bit, I don't want to say it's vague, because we don't know exactly, right? Is it this type of secret society? Is it, these Satanists or whatever you want to call them? But I do call them the social engineers because, they've been using these tactics for quite some time. And Tavistock was the industry, right, that did the studies on people to make sure that they're moving societies in certain ways.
Yeah, absolutely. If I were to tell you so there's another chapter where I go over the characteristics of a false flag. So looked for the characteristics and then reverse engineered to see if they apply to this event. So for instance, we heard with 9/11, there were several trainings, right? So how many people know that there was a training scheduled for May 29th, which is the day that they arrested him in very quick speed, Derek Chauvin, and that he was on that training that was supposed to occur along with 2 lieutenants that ended up testifying against him, but it was canceled. So those are the types of things that, again, it's indisputable when you have inside emails between the government and the MPD. So that makes it dangerous for Maryam.
Well, we can go ahead and play. Let's go ahead and play the clip from the documentary, because you had released this first, and this is what got my attention, us on the show when this came out first, and now we got the whole book that people can definitely get the book, and we'll throw their website up there. And again, but Jamie, could you play that the clip, or is it up there? We'll just play it from there. Okay, go for it. This is from the documentary.
Fake fentanyl in his system that he got from Reese. And when you ingest fake fentanyl made by the Mexican cartel with ingredients made in China, it's like playing Russian roulette with your life.
I didn't hear anybody call for fire. Different call?
Even the cops didn't understand why E-17 had come to the scene. In the federal trial of the 3 other officers, it was established that nowhere in the MPD manual does it say contact EMS and fire. Meanwhile, consider these moments. Derek having a calm exchange with bystander Charles McMillian, a self-described nosy resident, before getting a call from his sergeant.
We gotta control this guy because he's a sizable guy.
Yeah, and I tried to get in the car.
Looks like he's probably on something. Hello, 230 here. Yeah, I was just gonna call you and have you come out to our scene here.
Our scene, our little scene.
Not really, but we just had to hold the guy down. He was going crazy.
At 9:05, 20 minutes before George was officially pronounced dead, Derek and 2 actually go to Hennepin Hospital to arguably check on George. Perhaps this psychological operation didn't call for George's death.
The courts and the DA, all behind the scenes working together, and they're basically bending you over and keeping you dummified in lack of knowledge, and they see where they can already get you out, but they're not allowed, or they don't help it. This call is subject to because they are on board license, so it's nothing but a cult. Everybody took the board license to be nothing but a big masonry cult.
We are living in the golden age of fakery. The media and government told you to believe your eyes, but your eyes cannot read drug levels or the condition of Floyd's heart. More like believe the media lies. When things are omitted and people are not allowed to ask the tough questions, you better be sure bullshit abounds, where half-truths are dangerous enough to topple a nation. George Floyd changed the face of America forever. He helped us go from virus to violence overnight to justify more lockdowns. 1 minute, the news was doing nothing but reporting cases of COVID-19 and deaths. And then, almost overnight, we were speaking about systemic racism, racial equality, and having super spreader riots parading as protests. As many of us were forced to pay our respects and attend memorials via Zoom, George Floyd got 4 funerals and was projected into the sky and compared to Jesus Christ. In the end, after all the destruction, Attorney General Keith Ellison went on 60 Minutes and said the incident had nothing to do with the racism.
Was this a hate crime?
I don't think the world got the memo.
I wouldn't call it that. We don't have any evidence that Derek Chauvin factored in George Floyd's race as he did what he did.
I'm here because they're not going to demean the character of George Floyd. Greg.
And I was right there. I was like 5 feet away. It's so apologized.
Recently arriving in Minneapolis is his son, Quincy Mason.
I'm here reunited with my family, trying to get justice for my father. And no man or woman should be without their fathers.
We want justice.
And we want justice for what's going on right now. I appreciate everyone for showing him some support and love. I thank y'all for that.
This is so emotional.
This is so emotional.
When there is justice for George Floyd, we will truly be on our way to racial justice in America. And then, as you said, Gianna, your daddy will have changed the world.
He did what? That changed the world.
George Floyd helped usher in a color revolution. To quote Jack Posobiec, he was the spark that lit the fuse. I would argue that the event was designed to do exactly that.
Wow.
There's one more part about race. Hold on, just one more part. It's almost. I just you'll there'll be audio soon. Sorry.
No, so definitely.
It will continue as long as this system rules over us. That's right. So we have to get organized, and that George Floyd's life is going to matter. His death is going to count for something. Right. It has to lead to the death of America. It has to lead to the death of this system.
When I received a newspaper clipping of an item published by the Washington, D.C. Evening Star in May 1957, that item was a verbatim reprint of the following excerpt in Israel Cohen's book, A Racial Program for the 20th Century, and it reads as I quote, We must realize that our party's most powerful weapon is racial tension. By propounding into the consciousness of the dark races that for centuries they have been oppressed by the whites, we can mold them to the program of the Communist Party. In America, we will aim for subtle victory. While inflaming the Negro minority against the whites, we will instill in the whites a guilt complex for their exploitation of the Negroes. We will aid the Negroes to rise to prominence in every walk of life, in the professions and in the world of sports and entertainment. With this prestige, the Negro will be able to intermarry with the whites and begin a process which will deliver America to our cause.
Yeah, let's good finish it.
Okay. Lots going on in there, Miriam. I'll say this. Look, if those that are seeing some of this for the first time and never really fully thought about what a psyop might look like in this case of with Derek Chauvin and George Floyd, it's a lot to process for people. I will say this, because I have seen the full documentary before, and we have had this discussion before, but I'll also say this, just stepping back and not having it in my realm for a while until this new case came up, and that the idea that there would actually be a possibility that Derek Chauvin might be part in here, and having this discussion now, my mind, when I'm seeing all that, there was a lot there, but for people just starting on this, being curious, I would say that the most important thing, put all the psyop stuff aside as far as the actors and all the things that were theater that you're showing us. The one thing that people go back to in their mind is that shot. The most important image is the shot of Derek Chauvin's knee on George Floyd's neck. So regardless of whatever you're saying as far as all these other elements that look like they were pre-planned, or the news knowing the end of the court case before it was announced, and all these different things that seem to be aligned in telling it this theater piece to the public, he had his knee on his neck. So my question to you, and then I'll give you my assessment, but they say, I've heard people talk about that the case he has is that he was doing his police training, so he should not be liable for that. Do you believe, regardless of the theater behind this, do you believe that Derek Chauvin did not do anything wrong as far as the conduct? And if you do believe that conduct was wrong, is it his fault, or is it the fault of the institution that trained him to do that?
Right. Well, there's lots of problems with the institutions. That move is in the police manual. That's a whole other story, the reforms that are going on, because even prison, this is not a humane way to treat people, regardless of whatever, right? How many drug addicts are in jail? Is that where they really belong? So that opens up a whole can of worms, because all of these systems need to crash. They're all shit and dysfunctional. So that's one thing. So like I said, on the federal trial, it's the police manual. People don't know that Derek, and the Shanker told me this, is that he looked at his cases where that was known as his signature move. And so he did this to women too. I've also had the pleasure of witnessing spontaneously someone in excited delirium and a cop in Orlando doing that move to a woman who was belligerent and violent and exhibiting way more strength, because in this duty to intervene exercise, it's like, if it's this, do you do this? Do you do this if it's that? And so here you've made my point. People are just going to remember that a horrible shot, when in reality, if you look at camera perspective bias, that his knee was on the shoulder area. Furthermore, they knew each other. They worked at El Nuevo Rodeo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I look at that now, especially now I've learned since we first talked about this last time you were on, Miriam, I've looked more into how police training works, and that so many we know the New York Police Department, they are literally shipped out on our tax dollar money to go to Israel to get training from IDF training on how to conduct police business. I think a lot of that has to do with why we have police brutality. And it's, to me, it's a shame that it got all put into one packaged, tagline of hashtag BLM, became the mantra when it really should have been, what kind of training are we giving our police to go around? It's not to protect and serve. It's to look at everybody that you're interacting with as the enemy and to be ready to fire upon. And that's anyone. So I agree with you. This is not a racist. This is an issue of people in power being trained to exploit people without it. And anybody without a badge and without a gun obviously has no power. And that includes every race. So we're all, targets for this type of training, which I believe he got. And I think there's a bigger problem that no one's talking about, because I don't hear Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro talking about we need to fix the police training, because we
need to fix lots of training. And on one hand, if we're talking about police brutality, let's also talk about the woke ass people who've infiltrated the police that would tell a woman like me, don't call us again when I need their help. Okay. So it's like, it's defective, all these systems. Like I learned that when I made Vanishing of the Bees. All of these systems, from agriculture, education, they're all putrid and they must go down. Is it any better now? I'm not sure post George Floyd, because, the brutality, the thing is, I document in the book what was happening as far as reforms, Keith Ellison, and these initiatives I interviewed someone that worked for police brutality that told me that Derek was referred to as the warlord of Precinct 3. So the thing is, the truth is, things are complex, right? There's content influencers who are fake and gay, but yet they deliver a lot of good information. Are they doing the due diligence? Are they doing the due diligence? I don't think so. So things are complex. They're not black and white. They're not. And I believe that on many people who have needed the police for legit matters are not getting, that it's like the money rules. And it's like when Maurice in my talk speaking with him said, he concluded that the attorneys are a cult and I only get 5 minutes at a time. I'm like, Maurice, it's not just the attorneys. It's a boys club in a lot of these, like you have to play the game, right? You can't stand out and be like someone like me, like a wild card that might say something. It's the same thing in Hollywood. And so people can't understand how such a thing can unfurl, right? But we all witnessed a mass psychosis formation and lived, and like watching my film, like I would wake up in San Francisco and be like, please God, have this nightmare end. It was so bad in San Francisco. So there's some of us who are not ostriches, who are transmutating this trauma that we've lived as a human species in the past 5 years. And George Floyd is very much part of it. And I'll just say, I really hope you can see my heart and you can go and support and buy this book, because I've been effed with on so much. So I hope that you'll share the links, because I need the support as for the courage that I didn't know what I was going to find.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And we have the links in the show description. We're going to share this out after we're done. Absolutely. This is where people can get the book, George Floyd book. It's if they go to your website, MARYAMHENIN.com/George Floyd book, you can get this entire story right direct from Maryam, because you're being blackballed on these other platforms. You're being censored. You're being not allowed on Amazon. That is awful. We have other guests that have come on that've had the similar problem, and it seems like the people that have that problem are the people that have stories to tell that are going to affect establishment narrative. And they get to Bezos and Amazon. And they say, don't let this one on. So we've seen it before, time and time again. You're not the first one, Maryam, not at all. But like, let me actually, I got a screenshot of this right here. There it is. That's the book cover. People can get.
I did a collage because I was threatened by the Floyd family, right? Because they trademarked everything from keychains to slippers. So this, instead of having to clear every single photo, I chose to do a collage, and this is a first edition, because technically, the formatting, people care about the content more so. So I also see it as a collector's item, like an investment, because really, if anyone out there are real truthers and go on Abe or Biblio or look, like so much information, guys, in the past 5 years has been scrubbed. It's been like 404, you know, that's the code that you get, right? Of information. So how do you really know the truth? I personally don't want to live a disillusioned life. And for me to be called a white supremacist, I don't know if you've noticed, I'm not white, I'm brown. So maybe I can say things that people can't, because I talk to people regardless of their color. Like, I've talked to many Black people about the fucking the vaccine and George Floyd. And I just speak straight to them. They realize, many people realize there's more to the story. And Maurice is in jail. Okay?
Yeah. Craig, do you have any other thoughts or questions or anything final for Mariam before?
No, I'm just wondering that if the killings of yesterday might spark another type of protest in the streets. I think it's going to go back and forth. I think this is another firing point. You can see what, you know, how they were using the George Floyd situation. Like I tell people all the time, sometimes it doesn't make a difference if it naturally happened or if it's an inside job. There's always an apparatus that's going to take advantage of the situation to move people where they want to move them and to get an agenda done. And a lot of times that agenda is also tied into divide and conquer, put people in corners.
Yeah. Who died yesterday? I'm not paying attention. What happened?
The two Jewish, one American Zionist and was it his girlfriend, I think, Matt? Or
yeah, they both
workers, right?
They both worked for the embassy. I don't believe either of them were actually Jewish. We know for sure that the main guy was that
he was in the IDF.
He's a Christian Zionist. That's what we know.
And he was killed by a guy who was saying free Palestine. So
yeah,
we'll see what this,
Well, now what we heard, Mariam, what we've heard now is CNN's officially, Dana Bash is officially telling us, and all the others are falling in line, that from now on there is no difference between saying free Palestine and murdering Jews. That those two things are now intertwined forever because of this incident, and they'll always cite this incident as an example to show people, anybody who attempts to take those things apart from each other will have another thing common, because they're inseparable from here on out. That's what that event did.
Well, that shows also the Overton window, you know, because now we've you can't have open communication or discussion because you're dubbed anti-Semite. And I mean, to me, it's a trap. So personally, I'm taking my show. I have my show on Fridays at 3 Eastern live. I'm exploring metaphysics and health because I'm a functional medicine coach and a reverse lupus, and just wanting to empower and use my psychic and intuitive skills to help people such as Pasta, you know, because he's been listening to Dr. Mimi.
She's my medicine coach, that's for sure.
Yeah, we've done a lot of progress in the past month. I'm happy to hear, to see. So yeah, I feel that maybe with time, this will have more weight. But I think even for me, I don't know about you, Matt, seeing the footage after a breath of time, it like has even more value or more weight, or you created some distance. I'm so sad to realize that people have George Floyd fatigue. Like, I'm going to tell you, like, I went to an investor because I needed to get the money to print these books, and because it's such an unorthodox situation. And I had one investor say, nobody cares about that nigger. And I'm like, you're so dumb. And what a shitty thing to say. This book is way more than, like, actually, I'm sorry. Is that bad that I said that word?
I mean, I guess you're just the messenger of what was said. So
I don't know for flagging or whatever. Actually said that.
Yeah.
And, you know, people were really bombarded over the head. But, you know, I've spoken to many people that didn't even know George was with 2 other people in that car.
Yeah.
Because, you know, also think of the state of mind. We're all under lockdown. We're like all like pressure cookers. And then all of a sudden the country's burning down.
Yeah. No, we have to keep talking about these things. We have to keep talking about COVID. We have to keep talking about any sort of psychological operation that's been done to the American people. And even like you said, Mariam, we take a step back sometimes, and then we come back in and we go, oh, maybe we even have a new perspective now that we've been away from it. But we're not going to ever stop talking about these things because they inform us how we behave in the future when the next operation is done to us. We have to be ready for it, so we are informed by our past and historical context, which matters. So that's why we're going to keep talking about. We appreciate you coming on and sharing this, and people know where to get your book now, and they will come get your book because they're curious enough to want to know what's been kept from them this whole time. MaryanHennin.com/George Floyd book. Mariam,
I know.
Thank you, Mimi.
I know it's a big fat book, but I've gotten really awesome feedback, and I had one woman say, "How did you find all this information?" Like it blew her mind. So I hope you'll support a real journalist because I'm much happier now writing about the soul and reincarnation and not the inverted matrix of darkness. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks,
Mariam.
Mimi.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Loaded topic. I'm glad we got to dive in a little bit more with it. And I know if people watching, if they're hearing stuff for the first time, if it sparks your interest, if it sparks your curiosity, go down that rabbit hole. We definitely are pro rabbit hole on the homeless left here. So, but do it at your own discretion. Get the book. Craig, how you doing? How you holding up?
Good. Little podcasters room. 2 seconds before the next guest, or is he here already?
He's on. I got him on the call. But how about this? Go grab it. Go do it. 1 minute, and we'll be right back with our next guest, RENZO ZINDEE, on the ground. We're talking about the border. We'll be right back. Border policy. Go to the story. That's what we like to do here on the Homeless Left. And Craig Pasta Jardula. We'll see you guys back here in 1.5 minutes. Okay. We are back with some more Homeless Left for you guys. Thanks for tuning in. If you guys are just joining us, we are doing the all-day live podcast. I say all day, but man, we're packing a lot into a short period of time. So if you guys are just joining us, you can always go back and watch our live feeds again on replay. We keep them all up on our Rumble channel. They've all been there from the beginning. And when did we start, Craig? We started 2 years ago tomorrow, our 2-year anniversary of being on Rumble and doing the live show. We have 107 episodes we've had completed. They're all there. We haven't taken any of them down. YouTube will censor us. YouTube will ban us. YouTube will terminate us. But Rumble, at least if they're, doing the shadow banning or whatever that is, we're still trying to figure that part out. At least they haven't pulled our plug, and that we have to at least be grateful for that part of it, Craig. But again, you guys can always go back and watch this stuff on replay. You can also watch our segments. We put the segments up as well. The segments are important because it gives you guys a chance to kind of zero in on a topic that you relate to personally, and you can maybe even share them out with some of your friends and family and coworkers that haven't been getting the message, that don't understand what non-tribal think is, that don't get what's going on here. Maybe there's that one story that might tip their opinion and tip them into becoming curious, becoming somebody with courage, somebody with principle, which we apply to every story, every day, all the time on the Homeless Left, a non-tribal approach to news, but not just news, a non-tribal approach to life. You like my little plug there, Craig? I hope people understand this. They understand that they can actually make a difference. Just find that thing that resonates with you. We try to cover as much as we can.
We're going to be talking about the border. I think it'd be a great time to play my 2-minute clip that would really can really transition into Renzo, or we can do it after too as well. But it's kind of like about the border and migration too as well. I mean, if you want to do that, but I don't know if that would set a different tone than what we're.
Why don't we let's bring him in, because he's on location right now, and then maybe even during the discussion we'll bring. But we're definitely going to play. I want to play your trailer,
Yeah.
definitely, Craig.
Well,
So
it has to do with the border.
It has to do with the border. Yes, exactly. So it's all in the same same category here of topics and important things that we need to discuss. So let me introduce our guest, and then we'll get to everything because it's all important. It's all important. Okay, so coming in right now. Now we got him on the phone. I'm going to throw this up here. He's on location. This is investigative journalist RENZO ZINDEE. He's been a regular contributor to the Homeless Left, and now we got him on the phone line here from Presidio County, Texas. I'm going to go ahead and bring him in right now, and then we have here we go. Renzo, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
I can. I want to make sure that our viewers can. Is it working on the mic? Craig, can you hear?
Barely. You got to speak up a little bit more.
Barely, you can hear me though?
Very low.
Damn it.
I don't know if we can boost him or.
We tried a few things. The StreamYard connection is not working for him, so we tried to do a little WhatsApp, and it was very low. So I'm trying to hold it up.
Yeah, just try to put your volume up all the way you can on your phone again. And put it right into the thing when you do it.
Okay. Try talking now, Renzo.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, as long as you heard that microphone, Matt, right into that mic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we got you now.
Gotcha.
Okay. Renzo,
So I'll just start off with.
We're going to start off. I'm going to show the story you wrote about what's going on the border that you released a little bit ago, and then we're going to get your take on it. So let me go ahead and we'll bring that story up right now. So this is President Trump's April 2025 directive to militarize the Roosevelt Reservation. It's a 60-foot wide strip along the U.S.-Mexico border, California, Arizona, and New Mexico, established in 1907 by Roosevelt to secure the border, but Trump's move to designate it as a military property is unprecedented in modern times. Trump's memorandum allows the military to detain migrants crossing illegally within this zone, treating them as trespassers on military property, which some experts argue is an attempt to bypass the Posse Comitatus Act. I have to pronounce that better. A law limiting military involvement in domestic law enforcement. Immigration expert Aaron Reichland Melnick noted that this strategy could create legal challenges as it appears designed to sidestep restrictions on using active duty troops for civilian border enforcement. The deployment includes around 10,000 troops, military hardware like Stryker combat vehicles, and increased drone and maritime operation, aiming to curb illegal crossings and monitor cartel activity. Data from the U.S. Customs and Border Protection shows a recent drop in illegal crossings, which the Trump administration attributes to this militarization. Though critics question the apparatuses of using military resources for this purpose. The move has strained U.S.-Mexico relations, with Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum expressing opposition to any U.S. intervention, especially amidst Trump's rhetoric about targeting cartels on Mexico soil, after labeling them as foreign terrorist organizations. Defense officials have been planning this operation since March of 2025 with intentions to turn the border buffer zone into a satellite military base, creating new legal risks for migrants who cross illegally. He did the order on the 20th, that's his first day in office, declared a national emergency at the southern border. That invokes the laws to allow Department of Defense to use federal land for military operations without the usual restrictions. So it looks like it was because he could do the executive order that allowed this to even occur. This aligns with his immigration agenda, the emphasis on America first, which is part of his rhetoric in the campaign, which goes back to his first campaign. The two key questions which you pose: how will the Mexican drugs cartel respond to the heightened border security? What actions will the Mexican government and security forces take in response? And then here is the map on which this is occurring. And you are on the ground right now in Texas, in Purcell County, Texas, and you're able to see what's going on there for yourself now that we're a couple months into this, specifically since March, when this thing went into effect. What are you seeing on the ground right now, Renzo, as far as the application of this militarized zone, I guess you would say? What are you seeing with your own eyes?
It's a great question, Matt. I would like to start off by saying that, I'm in a location where there is no border fence or wall, and that's where the most heightened military security, I guess you could say, tempo or operations are occurring. And I mean, every single day you're seeing military hardware rolling by at least once a day on one patrol. You're also seeing drone activity in the air. You need binoculars to see them, but they're the typical Global Hawk or Reaper drones that you see over the Middle East. They are using them. They don't have their transponders on, which tells you they're for a clandestine purpose because they don't want the drone to be tracked. It's very unprecedented to see. Like, we've never seen this kind of military activity on, I mean, we've always seen Border Patrol, of course, but to the heightened extent is significant. But people are still getting across. May 27th, there was, I believe, a crossing, or March 27th, 2025, there was a crossing of 3 members being caught who claimed they were in a much larger caravan, but those other people were pronounced as gotaways into the United States. And that's been since Trump's gotten into office. Now, who knows if those other people were caught and brought, or deported, etc., or detained by ICE or immigration or HSI. I couldn't tell you, but the crossings are still occurring. They're just becoming more sophisticated and going to more extremely remote areas like Presidio County, Texas, and those places. But it's surprising to see, strikers and, essentially they're, armored personnel carriers. If you're not familiar with them, they would look like tanks, to somebody who's not savvy with military hardware. It's just incredible to see. I've been to the border hundreds of times, the southern border hundreds of times, and I've never seen this much activity in such a remote area.
Mm-hmm. Why do you think it's important to talk about this story with the military and what they're doing, and how the Trump administration has found a loophole to, I think this cuts out a lot of the red tape of getting rid of some of the people they want to get rid of. That's been their goal the whole time, pretty much, is to just try to get, they've been skipping due process, for crying out loud. So why do you think it's important to pay attention to what the military is doing down there and what the Trump administration has done?
This will create, I agree, Pasta, with what you're saying, Percy, and I understand your question. I would say they're creating a pretext for provocations. Like, for instance, if the cartels were to take act military on the border, that would give the Trump administration a pretext to invade certain portions of northern Mexico to secure, for example, a big border crossing town is Eagle Pass and Piedras Negras. Those, they would give them the pretext to do it. That's in my opinion, that's the true reason why, instead of just beefing up Border Patrol, they put military here. So it's much faster deployment. We saw it with Broughton Island in the south, which is a small island that was run by the and even I believe that was under Greg Abbott's orders, the governor of Texas, to take that island back from the cartels because it's technically U.S. territory, allegedly, according to the Mexico. I think it's like 1812 or something. That's they control that island, but since then, the military presence has increased. Cartels have taken shots at military members, but no one's been killed or severely injured at this time, or at least that creates a pretext, Pasta, to, hey, if they attack our military, that's attack on our sovereign territory. That gives this basically carte blanche to the current administration to do what they want in northern Mexico. And in the pretext of using, we're fighting the drug cartel.
Renzo, and you're also talking about, this is going like kind of, and I hate to cut you off, but I just want to make sure while you're right there, when you said this provides pretext, the United States government has talked about, people like Dan Crenshaw, others, about making a bill allowing them to go in and fight the cartels if they feel threatened at any time. You're saying this is the linchpin right here that will give them the go-ahead to do what the Dan Crenshaws and the Marco Rubios and the, what's his name?
Warhawks, yeah.
What's the senator's name? And I can't believe I forgot the senator's name in Texas.
Oh gosh, Thune or
Senator Cruz.
It's Cruz.
Yeah, Cruz.
Yeah, he wants to be able to go there and fight the cartel at any time. And this is kind of like this going on the border right now is using it to weaponize that situation so they can go in, is what you're pretty much you're stating.
Correct. They're using it as a provocation to then lead up to a pretext, give them an excuse or a pretext to combat the cartels head on, rather than trying to attempt diplomacy with the Mexican military and the Mexican government. We can say they're not responding in accordance. Fentanyl still flooding the border, and human smuggling still occurring. And we need, it just, that's how they build their excuse, in my opinion, to invade northern Mexico. It's clear as day. Like, this is a provocation. They want something to occur here, significant. Therefore, they have the perfect pretext, linchpin, as you said, to then invade northern Mexico. I mean, which I think would be a huge mistake. Like, I know Mexico very well. These cartels are dug in all 50 states. We haven't fought a war in our border in the modern era. We have no idea what especially considering cartels have a presence in all 50 states. I mean, really think about that. What could they do with the people loyal to them, right? We have people in this country who've grown up, American citizens, American passports, who are loyal to the cartels. Like, what happens when we go to war with those same cartels? What are those people going to do? What are they going to do in the country with their influence, power, money, again, to combat it domestically? It's just something. It's a very dangerous situation we would get ourselves into, and there would be blowback unlike anything we've ever seen. And in the industry of intelligence, they say blowback is not thinking past the collateral damage. So essentially, when it comes. So that's blowback. It's such a dangerous game that we would play. I would totally be against it.
Yeah, I think most people.
Largest mistake.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think most of us that are paying attention to this would definitely be against this. I think that some people in Trump's administration might not be completely aligned with this either. I mean, you guys both, we mentioned the hard-nosed players, the ones that want to go fight the cartel. I think about.
You mentioned all the war.
I'm sorry. Renzo, hold on. Oh man, we got a little connection issue here. Okay, let me try him back. Or it's got a little WhatsApp issue here. Okay, hold on.
Military industrial complex is looking to make money in the southern hemisphere over here in our continent. So, you know, this would be a good start for them, you know. Imagine how much money and hardware they would spend going in after the cartels.
I'm trying to get him back on. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we got you back. So
sorry, my connection here is terrible.
No worries. No, I'm glad you brought this to our attention here. Do you know, it's really interesting, the timing. What do you think about the timing of what you're seeing right now with your own eyes, and this thing this military basically bypassing bypassing governments and going right to military strikes? What do you think about that and the timing that we just heard from RFK talk about, that he had uncovered that the previous administration and the HHS was involved with child sex trafficking through the border, using cartels, using stuff there that the three-letter agencies keep hush hush, and he's saying, "Oh no, we took care of it. We got rid of it. We just are missing 300,000 children now." Do you think that has anything to do with this? And I just couldn't imagine that anybody on. Yeah.
You hit the nail on the head, Matt. Do you understand that expression?
Yes.
Like form of expression.
Yes.
Like you just hit the nail on the head. 100% is that there is so much to hide. These NGOs that were operating, non-government organizations that were operating in Central America, South America, in Mexico exclusively, not in the United States, obviously, they were heavily involved in this. Now, who was funding that? You and I could argue all day about who truly was. They're very good at masking their funding techniques and how they have how they form these shell companies and how they mask their income using offshore bank accounts to pay and fund these NGOs. We could go back and forth on that all day. But the fact is, in helping sex traffic children across the border by entities that originate in the United States, without question. Whether that's the Republicans or the Democrats, or it's both. I can say with any level of certainty, but that is absolutely occurring. That occurred, like you said. Now there's 300,000 missing children. Like in what reality would that be okay? Like it's just astounding to hear not enough people talking about that. Like it was such a big talking point during the campaign, and then it just disappeared.
Yeah, it gets me going even further down this idea. You're setting, okay, you're telling us that the administration wants to militarily start a war with the Mexican cartel going around both governments. And I'm sitting here thinking, how much does that cartel and our three-letter agencies have to do with basically colluding with this system that's been in place way before Trump got there, of child trafficking, missing children, that involved the three-letter agencies, that involved the cartels. So how does this war with the cartels make any sense when they're saying we have 300,000 missing children? Well, who was part of that? And so is this military operation? Is this trying to stop getting to that bottom? Because we already suspected that RFK Jr. isn't really doing much of anything except saying, "Oh, we took care of it. It's done. We're just looking for the children now." Maybe this military operation is designed to stop going any further down that rabbit hole and just go into an all-out war.
To deliberately hide the information by killing off the people that have the intent, which would be the cartels.
Wow.
It makes sense. I mean, I would bet my bottom dollar on that. Yes, that's exactly what they're trying to do, and they're using the pretext of the previous administration as an excuse to pursue these goals, these goals. It is completely suicide. It's complete suicide. It's unlike, it's very, very dangerous game we're playing. And I don't agree with it, especially being on our southern border. It's just, there can be consequences we can't see. There's so much exploitation of children in our own system through our own youth detention centers. And it's like the youth are such an important commodity, and yet we exploit it at every turn, it seems like. And then we use it as an excuse, but then when it's time to investigate it, it actually release the information about who you name it, Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, from all of these people. They get that real information. Like, it's just hidden, masked under more lies and more lies and more lies.
Yeah.
It's so hard to uncover when they've gotten so good at plausible deniability over the decades. They've gotten so good at it. They've gotten even better in the digital era because there's no paper trail. There's no more paper trail, right? They can hide everything on Signal or these encrypted apps or using Onion to communicate through email. Like they've perfected it. It's a very hard thing to catch. But I'm not saying we should give up. I'm all for continuing trying to expose this deep, dark secret that the United States has, and we're definitely complicit, if not involved, in the smuggling of humans and then enslaving them into sex slavery or sex trafficking. It's horrendous. It's because that could be any of us as children. That could have been any of us. That could have been me, you, Pasta, or any of us as children. That's what scares me. Or if I want to have children in the future, could that actually potentially happen to them in this world, this reality we live in? It's scary.
Yeah, it's scary. Craig, do you have any thoughts on what he's sharing? I mean, this is kind of news to us. We're not seeing anybody else really reporting on this at all right now.
Well, no, I just want to know if he had picked up any. I think he already mentioned it, like how there are people within our society. We also understand after Iran-Contra how connected the CIA is with the cartels, and it does seem like it's a cleansing process where they want to get rid of people who know stuff, but they'll just have other people pick up where they left off, and they'll have new goons to follow out their orders. Have you seen any unmarked vehicles that in the military wise that would make you question that it's something like a 3-letter agency? Have you seen anything out there that gives you evidence of that?
I would argue that they're mainly border patrol, but then they're also accompanied by military Humvees, armored personnel carriers, strikers, MRAPs, which are like MRAPs are mine resistant vehicles, basically armored personnel carriers. But no, nothing like if HSI or FBI or CIA or any of those agencies are operating out of here, they're operating under a non-official cover. So they're basically a plant in the border patrol. They're a plant in the military. Like they will often do that, where you're an officer in the military in the National Guard, but you also hold a contract with the CIA, a secret contract with the CIA. That's very common. And I would be thoroughly surprised to find out if that wasn't happening currently. Does that make sense, Pasta?
Does. Thank you, buddy.
Renzo, is there anything else you want to add to this story? Since obviously you put the article out and then now you're there, have you gotten any new ideas that you just as far as additionally from what you've shared, any new thoughts on this story that you'd want to let people know?
I think that there's still tunnels, still drugs coming over the border. Human smuggling is I would say lessened under the Trump administration, but it's still occurring. Like the idea that it's completely stopped is false. It's still occurring. It's just gone more underground to more remote places. And now what they've essentially done is allowed the cartels to charge more for it because now it's harder to get across. So they can use that as an excuse and then get smuggled across. They can't afford to pay it. So then they're forced into a form of human slavery for the cartels. And if you're a woman, well, that means you're more than likely going to have to be an escort or prostitute. And that's just, it's like nothing is being done about that. Like we're still, it's like they show the deportations on Fox News and all the Newsmax or what have you, but they're not victims of this human smuggling. Like they're just talking about these quote unquote criminals. Fine, call them that. I don't care. But we should also be focusing what's happening to the people we haven't found. Like what happened to the kids? What happened to the women? What happened to the vulnerable populations like, that were coming across the border? What happened to them? No one seems to. I've asked so many people, and it seems it's just a big mystery. And then there's nothing that happens in this country that the government doesn't know about. Like, I'm sorry, there just isn't. I'm not a believer in that. We're very much like, we're very much like China in that way. There's nothing, there's no organized crime happening in China that the Chinese government doesn't know about. We're the identical to that. We're the mirror image of that. Our government has their hand in all organized crime, one way or the other. It's just unfortunate, but that's the reality. I wish, like you guys said, I wish more people report on that and be more brave to say it. But
and I think
absolutely occurring.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that the big trick, the big scam on the MAGA voters is that as they were told that they're voting for this guy because he's going to make America safer. He's going to make the border safer. He's going to get rid of the violent criminals. And they really believe like that's a real thing that people really wanted. And people I know check that box for that reason. They want their neighborhood safer. But this narrative of we got them good. We got these 199 Venezuelan gang members. We sent them to El Salvador, good riddance. And without any thought of the matter that maybe those Venezuelan gang members were sent here on purpose. Were actually handpicked by the CIA. We know that. We saw the paper trail on that one. That they actually worked with Maduro, got them here, and then shipped them to El Salvador. Now you got this narrative going around MAGA saying, yeah, if you are a violent person, we're going to take due process away from you. So we're dealing with that on top of all the missing children, on top of all the people that will never find out what actually happened. They go to war with the cartels. And they're shipping away people that were planted here to be shipped away. And meanwhile, and this is the kicker, Renzo, this is what Paz and I have been furious about, is now you've manufactured consent to arrest American citizens and have them shipped away because they're also violent when they yell "Free Palestine" at a rally. So this entire operation has been a psyop as far as I'm concerned, and MAGA has been captured. How can we get through to a Trump voter, not to make them feel bad for voting for him, but let them know that this is not real. This is not the thing you thought it was, and we got to get more people aware of this. What can we tell them?
I think that we should ask them to just be even objective of their own thoughts or subjective of their own thoughts and their own ideas and their own opinions. That is my threat, to challenge them, like you said, but in a respectful way. Do it in a manner that they can try to do it in a manner in which they can understand, and be reasonable in your thinking, in your logic, and try to understand their perspective, but also show them their flaws in their thinking at the same time. And obviously there's pitfalls to all of those things that I've listed, but I think the important thing is just, like you said, continuing to try to get through. I don't know what the answer might be, but it's true. They were duped into voting for this person that they built up on this pedestal, on this stronghold. And in reality, it's not that. He's just like any other past president. They're tied behind the bureaucracy. They're tied behind the client states, and they're tied behind the stakeholders. It's just, that's the facts of our politics and how the system works. We're a gentocracy, ruled by old people, old wealthy people. Like, that's just what it is. And I think until we can finally break that mold, until we can finally say, like, when are we going to give the reins to the younger generations and to bring in new ideas and new ways of thinking, we're doomed into this negative feedback cycle. We're doomed to be done for the last 20 years and fight these pointless wars. I mean, you have Iran and Israel, about Israel's been every day there's been a news release. Oh, Israel's going to bomb nuclear sites in Iran if the diplomacy fails between the Trump administration and the Iran envoy. It's like it's just never ending. It's as if, you know, this is by design.
Russia, Ukraine still going on too. It's terrible.
Absolutely, it's terrible. It's awful. It's awful, and they're dying in the thousands. I've been there, Pasta. I've been to Ukraine. It's literally one of the worst wars. I've been to Iraq and Afghanistan in the U.S. military. That was hands down the worst conflict I've ever seen in terms of just fields littered with dead bodies, both Russian and Ukrainian, and you're seeing the devastation on scales that are just unfathomable that you would think in the modern era of warfare.
Yeah.
Style would still exist.
Well, Renzo, thank you for coming on today. I know it was a little challenging with the tech, but we worked it out. We got you. We got you on here. We went through WhatsApp instead of StreamYard and got your voice heard, which is important. And we appreciate all the work you're doing. Anything else you want to leave us an audience with before we let you go?
Just visit my Twitter, RENZO ZINDEE, or at Zindee Journal. That's my handle. Please visit me there and read my stories. I'd appreciate it.
Okay, we will share that out with people, absolutely, and we appreciate all the great work you're doing. It's honest, it's courageous, and we need more like you, more indie journalist thinkers that can go out and go, not to mention, go to the story and get and see it for yourself. Even though I know you're dealing with that, there's definitely PTSD involved when you put yourself in these dangerous situations. We hope that you can stay in one piece and keep fighting the fight for us.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thanks, Renzo. Thank you so much.
Pasha.
Okay.
Thank you, Matt. Appreciate you guys.
Okay.
Later, Renzo.
Bye.
All right. That we pulled it off. We pulled it off. I didn't know if we would get that to happen. Let me adjust my mic again here. Hold on. Man. How you doing, Pasta? You holding up?
Holding up. Running out of gas, but
you're running out of gas. Okay.
It's almost 3 hours here. Yeah. I mean, crazy shit, by the way.
Yeah. Well, look, we're gonna have Leslie coming in to do Talking Back soon. Can
I do my video then right now?
Do your video and then we'll get yeah, that's important. Let's do the video.
All right, guys, just so everybody knows, like I recently have been working on a project. As you know, despite trying to have a business sense of what we're doing, to have the ability, it's a privilege to continue to do this, to find the opportunity to do this as much as you can, with as much as resources as you can, to get out to as many people as you can, right? Obviously, being the fourth estate and really acting on that, it's a privilege to be able to do so. And we're all still fighting with the censorship going on and demonetization. They won't allow some voices to make money and whatnot. However, I'm still waiting for that 24 hours that Donald Trump said he's going to end the war in Ukraine, Russia, and the sanctions to be lifted, and maybe RT and Sputnik come back. With that in mind, I shot a pilot. I didn't have any agreement with anybody. I just wanted to shoot a pilot out there because I still think that the most important thing is to promote discourse. And as we saw the story today on the news, you played some Dana Bash. I watched a little Fox and Friends to see it. The divisiveness that goes on, right? Like you just have tribal TV all over the place when it comes to the news. Fox doing their thing. Newsweek's is kind of like Fox, but a little bit more QAnon-y, but still conservative. The MSNBC, CNN, you know what I'm saying? They're on the American establishment left. Never do we have a situation where discourse is promoted. I see a little bit going on with that one show on CNN where they do have a couple conservatives on, but they do have those safe, dangerous people with their establishment talking voices. And there are certain things that will never be discussed in the mainstream media. So what I've been trying to do is get a morning show, that would be a 2-hour live stream morning show. And it's 4 co-hosts, for as we call it, Wake Up America. But it's 4 co-hosts with all different political ideologies from the left to the right, right? I'm posing as one of the anti-imperialist leftists. And then we have a libertarian who actually like a Ron Paul libertarian, and Tatiana Moroz. You might remember her as the singer-songwriter who performed at Rage Against the War Machine, the first one. Then we have Courtney Turner, who's actually, I would say, in MARYAM's camp, you know, where they would write books about operations and Tavistock and understanding the underlying what's going on. Tends to lean a little bit conservative, but yes, that's who that is. And then a guy by the name of Gerard Michaels, who I did meet at the Libertarian Convention. Me and Cheese Slice met him there. But he worked for The Blaze. He's a comedian, too, as well. And I put us all in a room. And it's meant to represent so many different people, but also just show and promote good discourse, because we play so much about the cancel culture. In the very beginning of the show, you were mentioning, Matt, how people canceled Thanksgiving, didn't even sit down. And we're now being programmed to not talk to one another, to make your neighbor the enemy. So this is one of the clips from my new show. I encourage everybody to go on over there. We went public with it because we still haven't found a home for it. But I spent a few pennies on it to get it out there. And I'm really proud of this show because it promotes discourse. This particular video I'm going to play is the one that was made with me going off about illegal immigration. But if you go to the Twitter, you go to our TikTok, you go to our YouTube where we're playing the long form ones, and we have all these other short videos over there. You can get a sense of the panel, who's there, and what they stand for. I think it's amazing, the exchanges, the different ideologies. It really, there's nothing like it out there. So if you guys can help me promote it, I would really appreciate it. And I have a clip that Johnny just put up yesterday from our session we have. Go ahead. Share it.
Who's playing it? Okay.
If you share it,
okay, got it.
Out there, I can start it.
The causation of illegal immigration, right, is what? Our American foreign policy. Absolutely. We have 100 bases in Latin America. They're not the Boy Scouts there. It's an occupation. They're stealing the resources. The same multinational corporations that screw all the Americans here are causing the people to come here because they're stealing all the resources over there. I know you've heard of the UFC before, which was the United Fruit Company, which eventually became Dole and Chiquita. The majority of the bananas in Guatemala are not owned by Guatemalans. They keep these countries destabilized so they can take the resources for pennies on the dollars, and they also thrust the monetary system on there. So aren't these people who are coming, they're coming because of our foreign policy, of us initially breaking the law? You can respond to that.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I won't deny.
The causation of illegal immigration, right, is what?
Okay. Yeah, that's it. I mean, but yeah, that's like a little clip from it right now, and you can see the panel of the four people. It's a great show. Like I said, there's nothing like it out there. It's just a pilot project, but we want to get some momentum behind it, because I do believe that having discourse with people who think differently than you is probably one of the most important things, because we need to have discussions about what's exactly going on and try to understand each other rather than demonize each other. And that's what this show is all meant to be about. You know, real journalism, real news, real political commentary, and real discussions.
You know, Craig, this formula is so on point that it's shocking that there's not more people trying to pitch this right now. You're in an open lane with this concept, because we never ever really had anything like this. We back in the day, we thought we did. We were tricked into thinking that when Bill Maher puts four couches together and Politically Incorrect, that we were getting that. We were tricked into thinking that these crossfire shows were about getting everybody together and going at each other. None of that was real. It was all scripted. It was all theater. They never actually let the person into the room that has a slightly different ideology than the other person, because it was never about ideology. It was never about approach to a problem. It was always about who are you protecting? And so it was never honest. So now so many people have woken up and they know that all of that was dishonest all the time. But who's going to fill into those four couches? Who's it going to be? I think it's going to be Wake Up America. That's who I think. And I'm shocked that more people aren't doing this and pitching this, but you can certainly be sure that they're going to be copycatting you once this thing takes off. But that's what we need. We need this right now. Craig Pasta.
Can I show you really quickly too as well? Here it is. If you can share that real quick, I'd really appreciate it. You can see this is the YouTube. Like I said, we have a TikTok, we have an Instagram, we have a Twitter, and I even put people on the in position, right, from left to right. I'm the leftist, Craig Pasta Jardula, right, but I'm not the establishment leftist. I'm the anti-imperialist leftist. And then right next to me is Tatiana Moroz. She's that libertarian, very Ron Paul mindset. So we share a lot of the same opinions when it comes to civil liberties, anti-interventionism, freedom of the press, but we disagree when it comes to our economic policies, right? She doesn't believe in central planning whatsoever. I do. I believe in a healthcare system as a human right. Healthcare is a human right. She doesn't necessarily do that. And then next to her, Courtney, right over there, who, like I said, part of the truth of the movie, leaning a little bit to the right, but the conspiracy theorist person, we need that. That person is never evident in our media. And there's Gerard Michaels all the way to the right. He's a comedian. Like I said, he worked for the Blaze. He's part of the populist right. All these opinions in one room. And I even put them up there from left to right so people can say, oh, there's the left, there's the right, there's what's in between. And just fire away with great conversations. You don't get the exchanges and the conversations on any show like you do in this one over here. And thank you for sharing it, Fred.
Oh, yeah. No, and this is we never really had this ever. You guys are debating actual issues. This is refreshing. This is what it's supposed to be about. What we can say about all four of you guys, not one of you is taking big pharma money. Not one of you is a shill for the establishment. Not one of you is a infiltrated CIA operator. You guys are all just having differences on a little bit of ideology and approach to things, but you're coming at it in an honest way. And that's what we need. We need honest debate. I mean, they told us that free speech, we weren't allowed to talk because words are dangerous. Now, hell, they are. They're not dangerous. Words empower us. Discourse empowers us. Debate, healthy, honest debates empower us. So yes, Wake Up America. I love the concept. I can't wait for this thing to go. It's awesome, man. Yeah. Good stuff.
Well, we're gonna see. We're gonna throw our best shot at it. You know what I'm saying? I'd like to. For me, I'd still like to go on RT in the mornings and a live stream. 2 hours a day in the morning because you get the most journalistic freedom there. But they are sanctioned right now. And most of these people, 3 of these 4 people, live in South Florida. There's a studio here in Miami. I really would hope to get the chance. Who knows? Maybe they like the concept, but they have a different leftist. They want to use that. I'd say go for it. As long as they're promoting some type of discourse from people of different ideologies, political ideologies. I think that's really, really important. And it's what we need right now. So it's more than just a show. It's actual movement, an actual movement. And hopefully we can get it going. So, just wanted to share that with you guys. And thank you so much, Matt, for allowing me to share that today with your people.
Absolutely. We're looking forward to updates and when we can start watching this thing regularly. And I look forward to being a guest panelist as well when this thing gets going.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
All right.
We want to use the people we know who've been doing the work we've done. You know what I'm saying? But see that, like, somebody had asked me, like, who are these people? Like, they didn't know because we're so used to staying in our own tribe.
Yeah.
We're so used to staying in our own tribe. I want us to get out of that. And this is a show where we listen to other people,
Excellent.
I mean, Gerard Michaels shares a whole different bunch of stuff that I share. You know what I'm saying? And yeah.
Excellent.
So thank you. Thank you again, buddy.
You got it. All right. We're going to be right back with a little talking back with you guys. Get your questions, your comments ready on Rumble, on our YouTube burner channel, which I guess we've been kind of getting a little thing going there. 4 months running the burner channel. It's kind of starting to go. To go. So guys, get your engagements in there now, and we will be talking with you guys soon. I think, Craig, are you sticking around, or do you?
I'm done. That's it for me. I gotta go cook dinner for Mom.
You were on empty. That's all good, man. Thanks for giving it your all today, your heart and soul through all of our topics and discussion and discourse today. It was very cool. Thank you.
We'll speak again soon. Love you, brother.
Okay, love you too, man. Take care. Peace. Craig Pasta Jardula, everybody, go check him out on Truthwire. He's on Truthwire with Fiorella regularly. I come on the show as well sometimes as a guest co-host. And I know Craig will be back with us next Thursday as well. He's been kind of regular with us on Thursday, so we always appreciate that on our Thursday show. In fact, I don't think he knows this. I forgot to tell him. You guys are going to find out first. But next week on the Tuesday show with Jay Scott, we are going to have Dr. Shiva back. We got a little stuff to settle with Dr. Shiva. We're going to do we're going to call his ass out on a few things, but we also want to be informed about how things are going in the third party lane and in the lane of the populist bottom up movement. And then on Thursday, Dr. David Martin will be here. And Craig doesn't know. You guys know first. Now you know. If you didn't know, now you know. Or whatever the line is. That's going to be an awesome discussion. We can't wait for that next week. Both those shows are going to be awesome. So if you haven't already, sign up, follow, whatever. Follow, like, subscribe. The sharing is important. We talked about sharing. That part is really, really, really important. So when you see a segment on our Rumble channel or our YouTube channel that you like, that you resonate with, they run about 5 minutes up to 30 minutes, depending. If we have a guest, sometimes they'll go a little longer. But any amount of time that you feel that your peers, your family, friends, your coworkers could maybe take a moment and watch and listen, it might plant a seed in them. It might get them to start being more curious about the world. Please feel free to use our conversations that are all there. They're all loaded up for you guys. Whatever topic fits your interest, use it, engage with people. That's what we have to do. Have conversations, change one mind at a time. And what are we changing their mind to? Not to join our tribe. We're not a tribe. We're changing their mind about the tribe they're in right now and asking them, pleading with them, planting a seed in their head so they are going to want to finally disconnect from that tribe and start looking at the world with critical thinking skills, which we all have. They've just been kind of been pushed down. We haven't had access to them. But now you can take those goggles off, those little lenses that keep you, those tribal lenses, take them off and start opening your mind to critical thinking. Once again, here on the Homeless Left, we are ready for a little bit of talking back. Let's go ahead and actually, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to put up a card and we'll be right back with Leslie talking back. Here we go. Get your questions ready, guys. We'll see you in just a minute. There we go. There she is. She's back. Leslie is back with us on the Homeless Left.
You caught me grooving. Can you hear me well?
Oh yeah, we got you. We got you. Very
okay.
yeah.
I hope that my signal and service is okay and that we don't have a delay. I don't know. What I really need to invest on, and if anyone is watching and anyone wants to donate a old ring light they don't need, I need a ring light here because I look really dark, and I'm not talking about my skin color. I can see the darkness, and I have all my lights on, and it's still dark. I love my brown skin, but yeah, I look just the whole picture is dark. But anyway, hi.
Hey, no, that's a great. I hope somebody comes through on that. That sounds awesome. That just a little bit more light. But guess what? You're looking sharp. We hear you great. The image looked like it might jump a little here and there, but I think we'll be okay. I think people can deal with that. It's not a big deal. So. Yeah, let's get you ready to get going on this. This time I think
totally. So
yeah,
right. Sorry, right now I'm on the Wi-Fi. I should try the. Am I still on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you switching the?
I removed the Wi-Fi and I plugged in the cable.
Oh, good. Maybe that will make it even better. Okay. Well,
let me know which one is worse.
I think we're good. This one sounds a little better right now, so let's go with this right now.
Yeah, like in the presidential elections. Let me know which one's the least. Okay. I actually think there's a delay.
If there is a delay, but this is, as you said, I think you were alluding to this, Leslie. This is the lesser of two evils, so we'll go with that one. This connection. So, okay, we'll start at the top. I just want to say, thanks for everybody's shout out. This is Wish to Go shouting out happy 2nd birthday, because it is THL's 2nd birthday tomorrow, where we officially debuted on Rumble 2 years ago, and here we are. I couldn't believe we're 2 years later. So yeah, thanks for the shout out and all you guys out there that's been with us this whole time. So very cool. Yes, let's oh yeah, and Airwaves, thank you Airwaves, happy anniversary. Yes, 2 years and counting. Let's see what's going on. I'm gonna go.
Is today the actual anniversary?
It's tomorrow, so we're just gonna call it the 2 year at maybe midnight tonight. But yeah, we got, you guys go back. It's kind of interesting. I went back to check it because I wanted to see the date to make sure I had it right, and it was so bizarre to see. It was me and Nico starting the show together. Very not, I want to say not unprofessional, but just not seasoned yet about what we're doing. So what I'm doing right now is I got to mute your mic while I'm talking because I think I'm hearing me on your end. So I just pressed that, but I'll unmute it. You don't have to worry about it. I'll unmute it when you're talking. Cool. Man, I think we're on a delay. Yeah, I think we're on a delay. Okay. No worries. No worries. Okay, let's.
Okay. Am I on?
Yes, you are on.
You know what? Okay. I had the settings wrong on my computer. Now I microphone with this headset thing, but you guys and Matt, I'm not a tech whiz, so I always get things wrong. Okay, I think I'm on sound and everything. Okay, so let me know if I come in and out. I'll switch to the other internet.
Okay, no worries. And you want me to I can throw the comments up here. Let's just start with an Airways comment here. Bernie don't stand for nothing but protecting the DNC. Absolutely. This is a topic that's near and dear.
Of course.
Yeah, this is a topic that's near and dear to us. This is I was talking to Jeremy. I was talking to my brother about this yesterday, and I think it's important we let our audience know this, that we didn't just start the show because we were tired of everything. Like you guys know, we started the show 2 years ago. We need people to know we were in the streets with Bernie. We were there. Like that's what we were actively part of the movement in 2016. And that was the moment I saw You know, when he bowed down to the Hillary machine at that DNC that summer of 2016, that was the moment. And I wish we had started the show the next day. That's what we should have done when Sarah Silverman got up there and told everybody to stop their whining and get in line. Stop, all you Bernie bros, stop your complaining. Well, here's Bernie. Fast forward to 2025, and here we are, and he's admitting out loud that the whole thing was one big operation to turn his supporters into a label, using their identity against him. It's called weaponizing identity. It's identity politics. He's admitting that that was the formula. So we all became Bernie bros. Bernie bros means that we're white, privileged, you know, a little bit racist and a little bit sexist. That was the narration. So we can't possibly, our voice about class warfare, that didn't matter. What mattered was that we were in this box, and if we were against Hillary, we hated women, and we didn't think that it was time for a woman president. And that continued from here, from that point on. And we were out. We were out at that point. And here we are all these years, and he's still doing this shit, and he's admitting it now, but he's still doing it, playing a role. And there's still so many people that don't know what happened and where this began. So I just wanted to get that in there.
Did you get that from YouTube? No.
I'm getting that off of why don't you, how about this? You can throw up the I can find them, and we can just go the way we usually do. That's fine.
Man, I'm having such bad service. I can hardly hear you talking, but I think I'm up next. Well, I have YouTube up. Let's see. From Zootzilla, and this is from YouTube, Matt. That's the first time I see USA police not fired a gun as the suspect was armed. Strange one. I'm glad. Oh, that's somebody else. So did you hear that comment?
Yeah. And we have it on the screen. Thank you, Zootzilla.
They didn't fire a gun and he was armed. Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. Good. Yeah, exactly. Good call. Good call. I don't have much to say on that one. But thank you for that. We can go to another one. Do we have another one?
And I'll just go through. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? And am I very blurry?
You're not blurry. You're not blurry. We have a delay. That's the big problem right now. We have a delay. That's it.
Okay, so still from YouTube, I'll just read these few. From Braden Burks, I'm glad I caught this. I don't think anyone was even injured. Was there coverage of the funeral of the United CEO's funeral? Oh, I don't know if there was coverage. Good question. Surely he had an autopsy. Are autopsies public records in New York, or was it New Jersey? That is a great question. And I don't know the answer to either one, but are autopsies public records? I think they are, at least here. I don't know about New York because they have different rules everywhere. So I'm not really sure, but I don't know if you know the answer to that.
No, I don't. But I know that when you start making phone calls like MARYAM, HENIN, and this is just so people that are joining us late, this is in reference to the George Floyd investigation, which nobody wanted to conduct one. I mean, there's practically nobody looked into this. MARYAM, HENIN, who was on with us, we had a great conversation with her, the work she's been doing on this story for the last 5 years, and her book's out now, and you guys can check out the documentary. We played a clip from the documentary, but these questions, no, you have to make phone calls. You gotta harass, you gotta say, hey, I want to see that report. And if it's legally, it might be legal to get these records public. Yes, I'm not going to say 100%. I don't know for sure, but I can tell you this: if it is legal, it's not that easy. You have to make phone call after phone call. You have to go in person. You have to do the hard stuff, which MARYAM has been doing the last 5 years. But yeah, that's something to look into. But even if it's legal, the point is, it's not. They don't make it easy just because it's legal for you to have that information. So,
yeah, totally. Okay. So I'm going to go back to Rumble. Again, please let me know if there's a connection problem. I have 3 sources of internet, and they're all not being good today. Okay. So yeah, in the beginning, really cool to have all of you guys. Huh?
Yeah, we're good.
What's up, Wits? I like the THL comrades. Non-tribal guy and airwaves. Really cool to have the same regulars on here. Happy 2nd birthday, THL from Wits. Thank you so much. Again, it's the official anniversary is tomorrow, but hey, we're celebrating today and tomorrow and the weekend and whenever. It's been really cool. It's been awesome to see this unfold before my eyes. As you guys all probably know, or maybe some people that are new don't know, I'm in the healthcare industry. So I see how hard everyone, all the independent journalists work, Matt and Craig and Kit and anyone, anyone that that we know, and all those people out there just giving their best to do the work for you and to find truth for you. So it's been incredible, and it's been difficult, and just it all around. It's just an incredible journey, right, Matt? So happy 2nd anniversary for me too.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's very awesome. There's some links. I haven't clicked on those links yet, but I will, from Airwaves tweet and primary tweet. I'm going to click on it just so I can save it and it doesn't go away. If you have awesome links to like these 2 posts, guys, make sure and put it in the comments section, or it's going to disappear, and then I'm going to lose it, and I'm going to feel really bad because I'm going to remember that we missed out on the link. So I'll click on it after the chat's over, but if you can please post in the comments as well. Let's see, Airwaves, did he swallow the poison to get colon cancer? Oh, poison. Did he swallow the poison to get colon cancer? Where in the world is Jebediah Bartlett? We need him now. So, and I'm still here, Matt?
Yes.
I'm not talking to myself? Okay. Did he swallow the poison to get colon cancer? So many things are causing cancer right now, but like Matt and a lot of people say, we know what it's not. But in the medical field, there's so many things that we consume on a regular basis, so many things that we do and don't do on a regular basis that increases our risk, like eating red meat. I know we all need our protein and all, but it's really not good for you. And did you want to say something?
No. I finally found the comment on there, so I got it up there. The poison. Yeah.
The poison thing.
Yeah.
Speaking of cancer with Joe Biden,
I mean,
oh man, huh?
Yeah, no, it's not. I know it wasn't like for us, like we already. It's not a shock, but again, I just can't. I can't get used to how everybody in the shit lib world responds to this type of thing. I saw very close friends here in LA share out immediately. You're not a Christian if you are mocking Joe Biden right now. And I look at a tweet I look at that and I go, you're not a Christian if you're mocking Joe Biden. Whoever's posting that is just, they have no clue what's going on. They consider it a mock because I mean, I want to say back, but I don't want to engage because it's just a waste of time. But I would like to ask, like, who's mocking Joe Biden? No one's mocking him. People are furious that this information was kept from us, and they don't have empathy for him. That's not mock. By the way, that's not mocking somebody to not have empathy for them. Why should we be forced to have empathy for psychopathic, power-grubbing, warmongering, genocidal maniacs who literally told us, Biden told us, if there was no Israel, we would have to create one in order to do what we need to do in the Middle East. So don't tell me that I need to feel empathy for you. But for people sharing about Joe Biden right now and thinking that any pushback against this bullshit narrative about how the cancer was detected, when it happened, what was being kept from, anybody that thinks that pushback equals being mean and you're no longer a Christian if you ever were, I don't even know where to begin with these people. So again, we know the story is not that interesting because it follows the same blueprint of every story we see every day about the establishment theater they put up. But I can't personally get over the bad takes that we get over and over, bad take after bad take after bad take from people who I have to say are generally good people. They just don't know what's actually happening right in front of their eyes. That's all. That was my little rant.
Yeah, no, and I'm with you on everything that you said. And as you know, Matt, and a lot of people in my life know me so well. Am I still there?
Yes.
Because you froze. Okay. I love animals. I love people. I have a lot of feelings about everything. And so me and you will kind of eat fish here and there. But when anyone is sick, anyone gets injured or hurt or bombarded into tiny pieces, my I get very sad and everything hurts me. And so when I heard these news in a molecular, in a micro level, I'm like, that sucks for him. But then I start thinking of all the horrible things that this man has done, and not just him, but his administration, everyone he worked with. I just can't shake off the feeling of going, you know, I don't know what to say. We're all human beings. Our bodies are not perfect. All of us are brewing some type of cancer cells wherever in our body, sometimes multiple. I don't know. And so unfortunately, it was kind of awkward yesterday at work when someone mentioned out loud, like, "Oh, did you guys hear?" I did, this was Tuesday or something. "Did you guys hear that President Biden has cancer?" And everyone was like, "Oh my God, it's such a heartbreaking thing." And I'm the only one going, yeah, it sucks for him in a singular, I don't care about anything or anyone else thing. It sucks for him. It's painful and it sucks and it's just horrible. But I just, Matt, I just, yeah, it sucks for him. But I don't. How do I
No,
say this so I don't sound like a horrible
it doesn't.
person? Because
It
everybody
doesn't.
knows
No,
I love people and I love animals. And
no. Leslie, it doesn't suck. F that guy. I don't get, like, you're a guy who got up and told us it was a pandemic of the unvaccinated, a pandemic of the unvaccinated. How many of those unvaccinated got forced and bullied by you to put something in their body they didn't want and now have cancer and now are dead? So F you and your cancer that you covered up. You've known you've had it the whole time. You were taking medication for it that caused your rapid dementia. You lied to us about it. The only thing to feel bad about Joe Biden is his family that continued to do elderly abuse on him once he couldn't actually function. But up until the last moment of his ability to function, he was a warmongering Zionist psychopath, a criminal who did the laundry list of crimes he's committed his entire career from day one when he got on that Senate floor at the beginning of his career and told us that he was for sale. That's what Joe Biden told us. The youngest senator, bless you.
Thank you.
The youngest senator ever at the time, gloating about how long his career was going to be. He was standing on the Senate floor and he told us he was for sale. He said, "Come on, lobbyists, come and get me. My pockets are ready to be filled." He told us that on day one. Come on. I cannot wait to take your money and say whatever you want me to say and do whatever you want me to do. I am a whore. He literally said that. I'm not joking. He said, That's the job we signed up for. So whore me out. I'm ready to go.
Whore me out. Yeah. So, so I don't know, Matt. I kind of feel bad for him in a human level, but then there's so many people just like him that Biden doesn't care about, and there's a lot of people suffering in the world because of him and his administration and the Democratic and Republican Party. So why would I feel worse for him than I do for my patients in the hospital?
Yeah.
I don't know. So, and definitely this is something that is not new to anyone, but this didn't happen overnight. It didn't happen in the span of days or weeks or even months. When a cancer is metastasized, it's very rare that it happens rapidly. First, we have to do the stage 1 to stage 2 to stage 3, then to stage 4 metastasis. It's such a long process. Definitely was sick. And I was even thinking, like, is there any way possible that this has metastasized in the bloodstream, in the cells, into the brain? I don't know. I'm not going to make a rumor up, but I'm just wondering, like, definitely a lot of cognitive decline since kind of the beginning and throughout the years. But anyway, I don't know. That's wild to me how everyone truly, and I know they mean well, they're truly a little heartbroken by these news, Matt.
They should be more heartbroken that they were fooled and kept that information for his entire presidency. He had cancer the entire presidency. He had it. He told us he had it in 2022. They
you posted that video.
He had it. I played it early. I played a Tuesday show. I played it today. People know you got it. He had it. Period. You guys want to see it again? You guys want to see it an effing again? If you guys missed it, this is Joe Biden telling us that he had cancer back in 2022 while he is president. And when he said this, they called it a gaffe.
And because it was a 4-lane highway, that was accessible. My mother drove us, and rather than us be able to walk. And guess what? The first frost, you know what was happening. You had to put on your windshield wipers to get literally the oil slick off the window. That's why I and so damn many other people I grew up have cancer.
What? That's why I and so many other people I grew up with have cancer. Wow. Oh, I guess he was joking. He was joking.
So
He's
why
a
do we
gal.
think? Why do
yeah.
we think this was shared now? And I apologize if this was already spoken about. I did a little bit of animal rescuing today, and I had to drive somewhere really far away and beautiful to rescue a baby orphaned possum. He's so cute. So I missed part of the show. So if you already covered this, I do apologize. But why are we talking about his cancer now? Because he's already done being president, and we can just talk about it.
The book was coming out where Jake Tapper is making money. It just got released, and there's three things happening at the same time. The third thing is the cancer reveal. The first two all are happening so you guys don't understand, this is a three-way thing happening at the same time, coordinated. I don't know if everybody in each camp knew it was all going to happen at once, but it's all going on at once. The release of the book of Jake Tapper is about Jake Tapper spinning that the media was innocent when the Biden administration was deliberately keeping information from them, and they had no idea, had no way to know that he had dementia because they were being secretive to the media, and they were honestly trying to report the news in an honest way. So he releases the book literally the same day that they announced the cancer. At the same time, the reason that Jake Tapper set the date for this week, and he could have released it at the holidays because he had the book written. He was gloating about it a few months ago. We covered that on the show, that he was going to do this thing and blame everything on Biden's administration and take no accountability. The reason he chose this date, because he was informed that the judge that ruled over Biden's criminal case during his presidency, I don't know if people know, he went through a pre-trial of whether he'd be tried as a criminal with all the Ukraine activity, and the judge ruled during his presidency that a jury would not be able to prosecute one way or the other because he would be presented as somebody who did not have a good memory and could not function adequately. That transcript was not available to the public and now is. So Jake Tapper knew that transcript would be coming out, so he wanted to take the attention off of that story because you have a sitting effing president who a judge says is either a criminal or has no memory, and he's our sitting president. And at the time, there was no way to spin that. Now we can see the entire transcript. Jake Tapper's book comes out, and then somebody else said, well, maybe now we can distract from the book and the transcript. We'll tell everyone about the cancer, and that'll take the front page. So that it's all coordinated or not or whatever. But all of this, what they all three have in common is all three reveals are showing us how the system is functioned and designed, and it's working exactly as it's supposed to work. This is just a peeking behind the curtain to see how they all work together to collude together, media, political pundits, and the court system, by the way. Why did the judge not release, you know what I'm saying? So the judicial system, the media, and the political leaders that we apparently elect, they all coordinate together to spin stories to us, and they tell us stuff when the appropriate time is to tell us so they can distract us and not have us vote on actual stuff because we won't have the information, so we won't vote adequately. So the whole thing is one big, giant mess, and people don't understand that, and they think that these are just moments that we need to be mourning our president and his cancer, which he's known he's had the entire time. By the way, one more caveat, and I think you alluded to this, Leslie, the medication, the treatment for the pancreatic cancer, when he probably started getting it back in 2019, 2020, 2021, he was getting the treatment. That treatment can cause onset dementia. So, wow.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. There you go. Case closed. Done.
Period and mic drop, Matt. Very good. A a lot of these treatments for any cancers will bring up other problems in the head and just immune system everywhere, really. So of course,
Yeah.
there's definite truth to that, you guys. Oh, where were we? I even
I
lost
don't
track
know.
of the comments.
I was yapping.
But it's yeah, no, I appreciate that. I appreciate how much I've learned from you and other independent journalists because if this was before 2019, I would have also been one to say, "Man, that is heartbreaking. Those heartless people that don't care about Joe's health and all the people that are kind of making fun of him." I'm not making fun of him, and I care about everybody, including all the people that he has been hurting deliberately and his administration, all the people in power. So I care a little bit more about the children being bombarded into pieces in the Middle East than I do about this millionaire rich guy, you know? But I don't know. What do I know, Matt? Okay.
No, you're.
Let's see. So many people saying hello. So awesome to have all these uh, regulars and people on here. Let's see. Airwaves from 12:36 p.m. Porn Stash and Toby never heard of the DNC fraud lawsuit. Bernie, oh, do you want me to post it?
Yeah,
I don't
go,
think I have
that's okay.
capability. Bernie don't stand for nothing but protecting the DNC. Yep. Oh, did you already
I want to
read
get
these?
to this next one. I want to get to this next one. The Airways, this one.
SMH, 4D chess requires time travel. 5D chess requires traveling the multiverse. Neither is possible at our present available tech. Unfortunately, not.
A little tongue in cheek there, but this is he's Airways shaking their head. That this is these are the different dimensional time. So the fourth dimension and then fifth dimension multiverse. So, but that's the point, is that we. And this comment comes from that we, the Bernie bros, or whatever you want to call it, whatever name you want to call us, we were the first victims of the 4D, 5D chess language that was said to us, and not in that same way, but we were in the mindset that our fearless leader had a plan, that when he didn't stand up to Hillary and the DNC machine, that whole that Steele dossier, we're going to create this Russian propaganda, Russian asset Trump crap, and Bernie bros are what cost us the election, and Hillary's stupid ass book, why, you know, what was it called? Why it happened, or what happened? What happened? That was her book. What happened? All
What
of
happened?
that. Our excuse that we made for our fearless leader, Bernie, was that the reason he was being silent and putting up with that when he knew that was all bullshit. The excuse was our master was playing 4D chess. He was playing 5D chess. He was going to come back and get them later. He's playing this advanced game. We believe that. And he's going to come back. So we all stayed in the Democratic Party. I was still a Democrat through those next 4 years. Why? Because the word was Bernie's going to come back and get them in 2020. If he had done the right thing and said, you know what, we're out of here. F that. He could have taken the whole movement, signed us up as independents, started a new party, and by 2020 we could have done a real people's movement. He didn't do that. He kept us leached into that party. And what we're saying is 5D chess, 6D chess, 7, whatever D chess is going on, the MAGAs are saying their fearless leader is doing it right now, and believe he's got a plan to beat the Zionists. He's got a plan. Just give him some time. He's smarter than all of them. Sorry to break it to you guys, you MAGAs out there. Sorry to break it to you. We've been through this shit. We were warning you. It's not real. It's not real. You're being played. You have to realize it sooner than later. And then you can call his ass out and say, we're done with your ass and anybody else you tell us to vote for. Like Bernie's telling us to vote for AOC next. That's the next one. And we're going to say, F you. You're just saying words. It's not real. We are doing real people's populist movement. We are detaching from the two-party system altogether. No MAGAs, no blue no matter who's, no fight the oligarchy within the oligarchy. F that. We're done. We're out.
Well, thank you, Matt. And I realized I said SMH. I meant shaking my head.
Yeah, I do that. We had to get the acronyms right. That's good.
I'm laughing at myself.
Yeah.
Let's see. From Indie Left News at 12:50. Who are these people? Who are these people?
That's his famous catch line. We
Who are
love
these
it. Indy, thanks for tuning in. Indy's been a great guest with us. We've talked a lot of, speaking of people's movement and labor rights and challenging the the corporate system, the corporatism system we live in. Indy's been the best at it. Thank you, Indy. And who are these? I don't know who these people are. What the hell do I know? I'm just here. They gave me a mic, and I'm just talking and yapping and trying to figure out what's going on too. So we're with you, Indy. Thanks.
This comment's not highlighted, but I wanted to read it anyway. F Israel. So wait, they can fire on other diplomats, but they can be upset when people fire at their diplomats.
Yeah, that's how it works.
That's how it works.
Yes, that's how.
Untouchable.
Yes, they are more valuable.
They're more valuable
because they're part of the chosen ones. Or unfortunately, we talk about this. The Christian Zionists kind of almost feel bad. I don't want to say I feel bad for them, but they are the worst suckers of all because they're doing the bidding of their Israeli Zionist handlers, which they are. They're being handled by them. They don't know it. And they're championing that psychopath behavior where you value a certain people over another people. At the end of the day, they look down on them too and are just using them so they can better their agenda, which is we are the chosen ones. The rest of you are, what's the word, Leslie? The rest of us are goyim.
We're goyim.
Oh. And that includes you, Christian Zionist, too. You're also goyim. Did you know that? If you don't know what that is, look it up.
You as a white man, you just a regular white man.
Oh, we're all equally scum on the bottom of their shoe. Equally.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
It's better to laugh at this. Okay, next one is from Manimus. The IDF could not tell if it was Hamas because they were wearing three-piece suits. Wow.
They actually want us to believe that. Thanks, Manimus. Yeah, the IDF, we get confused. We don't know. We thought you're Hamas. We thought you're Hamas.
Everybody is.
Hamas always hides behind all of their, citizens and babies and diplomats, and they hide, and we get confused. So we blow you all up. Sorry about that. Our bad.
Everybody. Is it Witshigo or Witshigo? I can never tell. I don't remember.
We've been saying Witshigo, so we're just going to...
Witshigo or Witshigo. Let us know in a comment how to say it correctly. Too convenient for the Zionists not to be a false flag.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's the operation. We're still looking into it. It just broke this morning or late last night. Well, it was late last night because we saw Pam Bondi immediately. She's like, I had to get out of bed for this one, and she gets on this.
Oh.
This is that was it. So we're saying it looks like a false flag. Absolutely. So every sign of it is that it's a false flag. So we might as well start that conversation now. We're sick and tired of playing the game of too soon. Leslie, it's too soon to talk about all the possibilities. You got to take
Stop asking questions.
You got to take them for face value when the story breaks. Listen to what they say. Do not challenge the initial storyline because people are in mourning. 2 people died. We cannot ask questions. Now is not the time. Yeah.
Believe everything the mainstream media tells you, Matt. They're trustworthy. Come on.
Yeah, of course. We'll get to it later. We're still waiting on when is it the right time we can talk about Lahaina? When is the right? Is it too soon still? When can we start talking about 9/11? Still too soon? Mourning families, they got their man, they got their bin Laden. Don't upset them while they're still mourning 25 years later. Yeah, now's not the time.
It's
How did
never
you know
the
it was
time.
bin Laden? How did you know to report who did the crime 46 seconds after the second
Incredible.
plane went into
Incredible
the
knowledge.
tower? 46 seconds later, all the news stations. Osama bin Laden.
They were quick with that. Wow.
They knew. So it's still too soon to ask questions. Families are still in mourning. We got our guy. Obama paraded down the White House steps 2011, got our guy. Plenty of movies being made about it. Lot of awards being had. A lot of acceptance speeches about job well done. There's a Netflix documentary out now about it.
I want to watch that with you, but we tried to the other day and we're like, oh, it's 56 minutes or whatever, a whole hour. We could have done 30 minutes, but an hour of BS, we just couldn't take. I want to watch it just to see what the hell they're going to say. It's all going to be ridiculous, and everybody knows. My dad knows that this was fabricated, but I still want to kind of experience that.
Yeah.
Too
And look,
convenient for the Zionists. Oh,
that was I just put that one back up. We were
Already read
talking
it.
about the false flag. That's the point. And thanks for
whatever happened. Did people
Yeah.
stop talking about the video of, was it the 6 or 8 people dancing? They were filmed like in New Jersey or something.
the dancing Israelis.
Yeah,
Don't
Google that, people.
Well, we're not going to comment on it because it's obviously conspiracy theory stuff. However, do yourself a favor and go Google dancing Israelis and go type it into
That's
Twitter.
all we'll say.
And
Just watch
you
it.
guys can have fun with that one because and if you guys want to have a real conversation about it, go ask Ryan Christian, the Last American Vagabond. He will talk to you guys about it all day long about what not to look into.
Thank you, Matt.
So whatever you do, don't look into it.
Whatever you do, don't. And
Yeah.
don't believe it. Just
Don't. Yeah.
just watch it and just,
Do not, whatever you do, type in your search engine, dancing Israelis. Don't do it. We're warning you now.
We'll go further. Just don't Google it. Don't
Yeah.
type it into Google.
Don't-
Don't spell it right. Okay. Next comment.
Okay.
I think I read this one already, but I like the name. Zootzilla reminds me of Godzilla. That's the first time I saw USA police not fired a gun as the suspect was armed. Strange one. Yeah, I read that in the beginning.
Yeah. That's
It was
right.
a strange one, wasn't it?
That's correct.
Coincidence. Let's see. I'll go to the next highlighted one, right, Matt? From Jungle Jer, around 1 p.m. Let me get this straight. Calling for violence to end equals inciting violence. Wait, what? Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense, Jer. It
It's a
doesn't translate to me. Doesn't my brain cells are not understanding that either.
And what's really sad is that this just literally, guys, this just happened. If you're watching the replay, or we're gonna upload the segment later, there's gonna be even more the stuff that it's gonna keep going. It's gonna get so bad. Like we're telling you, it just started. It's gonna get so effing bad. That Dana Bash clip, that's the first one we saw this morning. And it's gonna go on. They're gonna equate this violence to peace and free Palestine means you want to kill Jews. They are going to go. It's gonna be so bad. You're gonna get sick of listening to this crap. We just started. I'm sorry, guys, to warn you. We just started the next phase of this war, and the war again is not between Israel and Hamas. The war is between the people and the Zionists who control all of our entities. We are the ones in war. The Gazans and the Palestinian people are the ones being annihilated. That's not a war. That's an annihilation. That's called a genocide. We are the ones at war on their behalf. They're not fighting. They're starving.
They're dying.
Yeah. We're fighting for free speech. We're fighting for a judicial system that makes sense. We're fighting for justice, to hold people accountable for war crimes with our taxpayer money they're using to commit crime after crime after crime. That's the war. And they just kicked that war into the next gear where from now on, free Palestine equates to wanting to murder Jews. So that's what we're dealing with now. It's absolutely insane.
Scary times, Matt.
Yeah, it's what's happening right now. It just
Scary
started.
times. Freedom of speech out the window.
Yeah. Thank you, Jungle Jer.
Thank you, Jungle Jerry. Yeah. So many things to say about that, but it's just so heartbreaking to me. And, I think back at our day at UCLA and how, yes, all those incredibly brave and courageous teenagers and young adults at UCLA were in that grassy area. It was all peaceful, and the people that were creating the violence and the animosity, the people that were egging fights and the people that were very angry and the violent people were not the protesters. We were there in person. Oh, so frustrating to me. Let's move on.
Well, I'm going to just throw this up because this weren't on we need to look into this again. This is developing during our show. This is developing. So we're having interviews and doing the show. We can't look at this, but Wishigo tells us the IOF victim posted some horrific shit online. I can't wait to see that. Thanks for the heads up
Oh,
on that.
thank
That
you.
sounds horrible, but I guess it's expected. Let's take a look at that. Victim is in quotes. And then this is the Netanyahu, Satan Yahoo, of course, nickname, has blamed fellow Ziocons, Starmer and Macron for the embassy shooting. Wow. I can't wait to look at that little spin.
Oh
What's
my
going on
gosh,
there?
this is
That's
gonna be
insane.
crazy.
That's absolutely insane. Thanks for giving us those updates, Wishigo. We'll look more into that. Yeah, go ahead, Leslie. Sorry, I just wanted to get those up there.
Yeah, no, you read that one. Airwaves, I have an unexplained craving for chocolate donuts. Yeah, me too. Okay, next. Zootzilla. Zootzilla, I heard that by releasing or trying to release Chauvin, we'll get the black people on the streets and then they will arrest them for violence, etc. But the black people are aware of their plan. Oh boy.
Interesting. Well, Trump's playing dumb on it right now, so we saw that. Trump doesn't know anything about getting Chauvin out. We'll have to see. I mean, this thing it's so much more complicated than people were initially told. And I wish I was more curious about it. It was very interesting how everyone just aligned. Like we always have to ask ourselves, if we are saying the thing, if you wake up in the morning and say the exact same headline that CNN is saying, I would just check yourself. Just look closer. If they're telling you something,
Good advice.
it's just something. I'm not saying they can't be right one time out of 1,000, but it's probably not that 1,000th time. It's probably one of the 999 times. So just be a little more, do your due diligence and just see, like, why am I thinking the exact same thing that's on that screen right now? What is going on? What's more to the story? So always ask yourself, there's more to this story.
Oh yeah. It reminds me of every day that we go to the gym, they have CNN playing, and every single day I look at you like, can you believe this is BS? There hasn't been one that I'm like, you have a good point.
I got a quick quote Jimmy Dore when he gets in arguments with his shit-lipped friends here in Hollywood, and we can both attest to how many of those people exist here in this town, as Jimmy talks about. But he says anytime he gets into like a fight with one of them, he'll always ask him, is there anything that CNN reports on that you don't agree with?
With their response,
they can't respond. They're like, because they know that they sound dumb if they can't think of one thing, so they don't answer. They never answer the question.
Yeah, no, and that gives it away because you can't agree with an entity or someone 100% of the time. I don't agree with my family all the time and you all the time. I'm not so tribal and loyal to all your thoughts. I have my own thoughts and disagreements. So if they can't critique CNN, then I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah,
or mainstream media, for that matter. Okay. Braden Burks, the next one I'm going to read. Was there coverage of the... Oh, I already read that too.
Yeah, we did that.
Why am I repeating? I don't know why I'm repeating. But we read that. We talked about it. The autopsy records.
There's another one from Brandon.
Yeah. The 10th... You want to put it up?
Yeah.
The October 7 attacks was a Mossad operation called the Hannibal Directive. I cannot believe these facts are not shared when people knowing them would end the genocide.
You know what? Want to hear something? Hey, Brandon, if you're still, thanks for the comment. And you know what? This morning, as we were preparing for the show, I was getting bombarded. My name was getting tagged on some stupid Facebook post with my brother, with somebody he's been in battle with. I think I don't even want to say her name, but I was like, God, do I need to respond to this shit? And she was like, Jeremy, Matt, you guys, wine glasses, you have to condemn Hamas for October 7th. I was like, okay, I've had enough of this shit. So I'm like,
I'm stuck on that.
I'm trying to prepare for an actual news show, like an actual, commentary and interview and like real thing. And you are posting me on social media, tagging me and telling me I have to condemn Hamas for October 7th. You're doing this now, not on October 8th, which I get people were confused on October 8th. I'm talking about now in 2025. You were telling, and I had to do this. I was like, I am so sick of this person tagging me. So I said, Hannibal Directive. Israel fired on its own people on purpose and admitted to it.
Yeah, I was going to say they admitted to that. So
they're proud of it.
So why won't people do people not accept or believe that. They refuse to believe it. Is it ignorance is bliss? Let me just put on my blinders, and I don't want to hear that. October 7th massacre, uh, self-defense.
So this part's important, Leslie. Even when you do it, like again, like I just did it because I was sick of being tagged. I want to be clear with our audience. I didn't respond to that tag with Hannibal Directive thinking that I would get this person in a corner and she'd be like, I have to concede. You're right. I didn't know that. I did it for other people to read it. That's for sure. I want them to look up Hannibal Directive. I did it knowing full well that she already has an excuse ready. It's not going to get her. So they already have their talking points. The reason why, I'm be very clear about this, the reason why Netanyahu admitted this wasn't on a secret recording that he didn't mean to get out. Like there's other shit he put on secret recording we did where he says the American people are so effing stupid. Watch what I do to them. That's shit he didn't want out. We got that. This he wanted out. Why? Because his excuse is the most important part. It's the mantra of Israel, the greater good. This is the mantra we hear all the time. When you and I and other people that want truth out, we think we make the mistake sometimes of thinking that if we reveal a fact, it's going to change the mind of the person in that tribe. It won't. So whether you're a Zionist in this case, whether you are a COVIDian in the COVID case, whether you are Trump derangement syndromed out in that case, you can't hear information and that will change your mind. You've already made an excuse for it. So here's the excuse that Netanyahu makes. He's proud of it. It's not even an excuse. It's a mantra. We use the Hannibal Directive because that's the only thing we can do to get Hamas. If we don't do it, in other words, he's proud to say whatever it takes for the greater good. So we have to do what we have to do. Now we have the world support because we have to stop Hamas. So you understand that that's the reaction. It's not, oh my God, I didn't know about the, oh shit, the Hannibal Directive kind of puts my argument to shame. Same shit with COVID. You say, did you know? And you show them the tape. Pfizer said, we didn't test for transmission or anything, whether the thing would work or be effective, because we had to move at the speed of science. That's a fact. That was said. That's what happened. You share it with COVIDians and they go, well, yeah, that's true. It's the greater good. We had to move at the speed of science. Of course, we had to get it out. So they will back up the thing that you think will make your case and end theirs. They just embrace it. They go, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Hey, did you know that the New York Times and the Washington Post misreported on the 2020 election on purpose? They kept the Joe Biden the Hunter Biden laptop. They said it was Russian disinformation when they knew it wasn't, and they did it on purpose because it was election time and they needed to get votes. You tell people that. They admitted to it. They champion it. Yay, we held it. We are the New York Times. We held information from the public. That's what we did. We like holding information so we can get to what? The greater good.
Greater good, or the greater Israel.
You tell them what happened and they go, well, you got to do what you got to do to get the job done. Well, F that. So that's it. I just want to warn people, look this stuff up, know your information. The more information, the better, the more ammunition you have, but you're not going to change the mind of a deranged lunatic that thinks for the greater good supersedes principle and ethics and humanity and justice.
Mic drop again, Matt. The greater good, aka the greater Israel. Honestly, it's when I come across these people or comments, I'm just kind of like tired. It reminds me of when people even recently still talk about the COVID-19 vaccine and how it saved so many people's lives and it's totally safe and effective. And I'm just like, you guys, this is old news. This is not black and white. This is just frustrating to me, to say the least, that people just don't think outside the box and don't kind of living under a rock. And you guys, all the audience, I am a very nice person. I'm a very patient person. I feel everyone's feelings. I know how COVID affected so many people, but if you're still thinking that this newly manufactured drug, this injectable drug is safe and effective for you, it's kind of like, the person who tagged you on Facebook. It's like, really, you guys, you don't know anything outside of that, haven't done your research, won't believe you, won't believe the facts. Anyway, sorry, ranting. Next comment.
No, you're not. Thank you. This is
It's
all great.
difficult.
This is exactly what we need. We need this conversation. This is awesome. Thank you for doing this here
Well,
today.
you know, when it's not convenient for you and your beliefs and your, do I say values? Your beliefs of the country, the state I love the most, which it starts with an I. And what did you say it rhymes with?
It starts with an I and rhymes with Schmizriel.
I don't know why I love that. Anyway, when it's not convenient for you, your ignorance, what is it? Ignorance is bliss? No.
Ignorance is bliss.
Bliss is no. Yeah, that.
And tribalism supersedes all, right? For
Oh,
the
yeah.
greater good. For the greater good is the good of your tribe to prosper and the other tribe that you're against to fail. That's the greater good is that. That's the greater good.
Oh, okay, let's see. Jungle Jared, got to pick up that book. Where's that book? What's the title of the book?
I will throw it up again.
Okay.
Here it is. This is our guest today, investigative journalist MARYAM HENIN. This is the website. You can get her book, the George Floyd book, right from her website. It's not on Amazon. It's been banned from Amazon. It's not on these other. They all teamed up and said, we are not allowing your book to be sold. Where did we hear that before? Oh yeah, Caleb Maupin. Remember Caleb Maupin's book about Kamala Harris? It was on Amazon. The second she switched out, they switched her out into the spot of Joe Biden's spot. All of a sudden, his book wasn't available anymore. How interesting. So same with MARYAM HENIN's book, George Floyd book. You can get it right there from her website, and it's the only place you can get it. But yeah, great conversation with MARYAM.
Okay, I'm gonna move on. If you want to throw one up, I can read that one. But let's see, from St. David's at almost 3 p.m. Bless up, Matt, Craig, Cheese, and the chat. Really cool. From Pamela Drew, on the ground reporting is awesome. Great to see it supported. Yeah.
Thank you.
And imperialism, almost at 3 as well. I believe if we don't start meeting in real meat space, all will be lost. Do you agree? And same person, how are you choosing to interact with local communities post-COVID?
It's hard to interact with local communities. I'll tell you the irony Leslie and I experienced, if you guys don't know, or at the beginning of this year when we were coming back for our season 3, we took a little break. We came back. During the break, we had a little issue in LA. We had a little fire situation. The LA fires broke out. And we're like, oh, this is how nice. We get another little Lahaina breaking out here with all this stuff, all these questions that needed answers, all this stuff going on that was going to ruin. By the way, talk about health problem. That shit in the air, so bad. Nobody told us to put on masks for that. So you want to talk about interacting with local communities post-COVID? Well, that was a Twilight Zone, wasn't it, Leslie? When we went out there to help people, the fire victims, and you and I were the only one with masks on. Oh my God! Wow,
that was like a Black Mirror episode. It's like, wait, we're the only ones wearing a respirator when all these other people who probably have a few vaccinations on them and used to wear masks all the time, they're breathing microplastics and paint chemicals and all this crap in the air. And there's one person in particular, I was like, hey, I have an extra N95 that someone from the Humane Society, when I was helping rescue animals during the fires, she was like, oh, no, I don't think I need it. I'm a smoker anyway. And I was like, so you're safe because you're a smoker, so your lungs are already messed up? Yeah, who cares anyway? Oh my gosh. Nobody was wearing them.
But this is the part that kills, because if you guys don't know, LA during COVID was the worst with masks. The worst probably in the country. You couldn't, just the kids looking like this. And so
that was bad.
It was so bad that when you were at because we went to go help people at the Pasadena and the Arcadia sites and the food, just, checking people in and getting them their food. It's so bizarre when these same people that were wearing masks and locking themselves away from everyone and canceling Thanksgiving on each other and waiting for 2 weeks to slow the curve, all that crap. They were the people following that with no question. And it didn't even occur to them. That they were breathing in not just fire, not just debris from natural fire, but you got these chemicals in the air, this disgusting, horrible shit.
It's so bad
because
it causes free radicals in the blood, which is a carcinogen. It can cause cancer in the long run. I don't want any of that in in my body. You know, we stayed indoors as much as we can.
Yeah.
That was hard.
Well, end imperialism. Thanks for the question, and to answer it, that is how we chose to interact with local community post COVID, was put a mask on so we didn't get hurt by the fire, and then everybody we interacted with thought we were like them and going far with the COVID. That's what they thought when they looked at. So you couldn't even have a discussion with them. You'd be like, hey, just so you know, I'm not wearing this for that bullshit virus that you guys wore it for. We're actually wearing it because there's actual stuff in the air that actually it's gonna hurt.
Especially outdoors. I wasn't scared of
outdoors. Oh
I wasn't really scared of any viral
God.
diseases
Yeah.
being outdoors, being in
Yeah.
in open air. I was scared of breathing all that crap in.
Yeah. But other stuff to interact with, it's hard. It's hard here in LA. It really is. It's really hard in LA. There's so many tribes. There's so many. You have to check boxes to get into a group. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a whole nother conversation. That's
Yeah.
a check boxes thing.
Yeah.
People saying welcome to me. Thank you. It's been weeks, I think even a month or a month and a half that I haven't been here. Life gets tough sometimes and we gotta roll with the punches, but I'm happy to be here today. So thank you to Wits and Airwaves and all the people. Oh, for Tanks to yay. Tanks
Look, I get a little shout out too. Yay.
Of course.
Yay.
What about this one? I don't from Airwaves at 3:04. I went to the Evansville Bernie 2016 rally. Local news featured my Amazon Midler, my travel companion. Oh, okay.
Very cool. Evansville Bernie.
I gotta Google that one.
Yeah, that's when the real magic was in the air. I mean, again, it all turned out to be BS, but at the time,
Yeah,
there was the language. People need to know, and Airways, you know this because you were there. We were there, and we were here in LA at the Bernie rally. The rallies here, they weren't covering him on CNN. They were trying to tell everyone that Hillary had all the people at her rallies. No, she didn't. Bernie had everyone at his, and the language was so much it's so much more on point than the language you're hearing now. I mean, now it's just like Trump is the worst thing that's ever happened to us. Blah 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 blah. Back then, fight the oligarchy. Yeah, it meant actually take on the military. He actually said that. You guys don't know. This is Bernie 2016. We're going to take on the military industrial complex. We're going to take on big pharma. We're going to take on the donor class. So those he doesn't do that anymore because that's not the thing he's taking on. Now he's just taking on Trump. He's propagating a bullshit war in Ukraine while he defends genocide by not calling it that and saying it's a humanitarian crisis. But Israel has the right to defend itself.
To defend itself from babies.
Yeah. So, but yeah, that's good times. Good to know that, Airways. Thanks for your your support engagement and know that you were one of the ones on the ground like we were.
I'm going to read a few more, and I'll just keep reading unless you have something to say. Airwaves at 3:11. Biden was talking about the film On the Car Window as a child, linked the high rate of Delaware cancers and his admission of cancer.
That's right.
Jungle Bear. Oh, did you want to? No. On a deeper level, this one was funny. On a deeper level, we can have empathy for Biden because lots of people did this too. Actually, never mind. No sympathy for that old bastard.
Good one, Jungle Jar. Really appreciate
And
it.
it's so hard, Matt, and you guys, because I'm a nurse. I have empathy for everyone. I feel their pain, but there's something in me that I'm just like, you've hurt so many people, dude. And it's the same for any president. Like if it was Donald or the people, Obama, the people before them, I don't know. I'm sorry that you're sick, but
Can I help you with an analogy that might help you ease your empathy?
I almost feel guilty for not feeling horrible for this.
All right. Hypothetical. This just in. Netanyahu has terminal cancer. He's got a week to live.
What are you asking? How do you
feel?
How would I feel about that?
Yeah.
Part of me is like, yay, I don't care. I have even less empathy for him than I have for Biden. Good luck. I don't know. Good riddance. But then I feel worried because the next person after him is going to do the same shit. Oh, sorry. He's going to do the same things he's doing.
Oh, of course we're worried about the next person. I'm just saying, do you have this part of you that goes, oh, yeah, it sucks to have to deal with that when it's somebody who's hurt so many?
To me, Satan Yahoo is just the devil himself. If even for atheist people, and I think he's evil and he's the the devil himself. So I feel zero anything for him if he were to get sick or if anything were to happen to him. I know so many people like put him on a pedestal, right? But for Biden, just because he's so almost mousy and so many people love him because he's such a good guy, maybe a little part of me is like, oh, should I feel guilty for not feeling bad for him, just like my peers are at work? But no, I don't really feel anything, Matt. I'm sorry, world, that I don't feel the feelings I'm supposed to feel.
You're not supposed. Don't say sorry. Look at Manimus backs this up. Empathy for a person who has no empathy for anyone. He doesn't want to help anyone.
Speaking of healthcare, great point. What happened to that, Joe?
Yeah. Oh, no. He cares about healthcare for Israelis because they get healthcare.
Oh, yeah. They get free healthcare, right? But not for our people. A lot of people are denied coverage, denied medical treatments because it's just too expensive. And let's face it, chemotherapy drugs and treatments like radiation, especially for the people that have no insurance or really crappy insurance like Obamacare and the healthcare reform, this is expensive, Matt. I'm not talking about a bag of chemo costs $1,000. I'm talking about $20,000, $30,000 for treatment. It is extremely unaffordable.
No.
So that's a whole nother thing. Manimus, you bring in bring another topic of discussion. Healthcare.
It's not healthcare for everyone. It's healthcare for the chosen ones.
For the chosen one. And it's also not healthcare, it's sick care. We don't nobody does anything in the government to help people be healthy.
Sick care. It's all we're screwed either way, with it or without it. It's all bad. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. And
Joe Biden is cancer. Oh, we picked the same one.
Yeah, Joe Biden is cancer.
A lot of these millionaire, billionaire people in power are the cancers. Oh my gosh. Getting me all riled up, you guys. Airwaves says Gesundheit to me. I thought that was funny, so I have to read it out loud.
Oh, Gesundheit.
It's like dust or something. Let's see. Silly Joe from Tanksy Up. Zootzilla, I'll read this one. At 319, I was pressured to take the vax and I got a bleed on the brain. Oh my God, I'm so sorry to hear that. To protect his privacy, someone I love also had a severe brain bleed. Anyway, Zootzilla, I'm recovered on some side effects, but brain is in good working order still. I'm sorry that happened to you, Zootzilla. That's horrible to read out loud. I was making fun of the previous things, but now it makes me sad. I'm sorry you had to go through that. And to everyone affected and anyone listening that were affected, I'm so sorry that you were forced or pressured to take it and you got sick from it. You shouldn't have gone through that. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that, Zootzilla.
Thank you for sharing. Yeah. I'm glad your brain is in good working order.
You know what?
Not everyone can see the same. Sorry?
No, but you know what? Those two emojis at the end, that kind of sums everything up for all of us. Like we try to keep that thumb up as we know we're doing our best and we're working with what we have and we're getting through the day and we're doing everything we can to fight the thing that fooled us for however they fooled us, whether it was putting a shot in our arm that we didn't actually need or want, whether it was voting for a party that never cared about us from the beginning, whether it was how we treated each other, how we treated our friends, we unfriended each other, the things that we're doing, how we conduct ourselves in the day based on what a talking head tells us on TV, whatever we got tricked on, we figured it out and we're still going and we keep the thumbs up. And those tears, those are the emotion that we all have. We have a lot of emotion attached to this, but we have to keep going. So, man, you sum this up, Zootzilla, and we're with you. And thanks for sharing. And we are with you 100% moving forward with both our thumbs up as the tears are going down our face too. In our empathy for you and anybody else that was fooled by a system that never ever cared about you from the beginning. They never cared about us. But we know now.
They care about the money in the wallets and power. Okay. Which I'll read this one. I'll just, I guess, read a few more. From Wichigo, Netanyahu, Free Palestine is a new slogan of Nazism. Oh, this makes me even more worried, Matt, and the world. Because I scream that all the time. And I don't know what's going to happen. I want to look more into that story, though.
Well, I was actually talking to my brother about this yesterday. That Israel flag when you guys put that on your, and I say you guys, I don't mean obviously our viewers don't do this, but when you see people put that in their social media, banner, background, handle, they're posting pictures with Israel, like that's not aging well, like in real time, not 30 years from now, like now. It's not aging well now. I think twice about that. It's not good. There was a picture of the two people that were murdered. I didn't share that picture because it kind of nauseated me. I shared the one, there was a post of the guy himself who turned out to be a Christian Zionist, not even Jewish, right? But they're saying it's anti-Semitic that he was killed and the other girl was killed. They were engaged. They both worked on behalf of Israel and the Zionist regime in Israel. They were posing with big fat smiles with the Israeli flag behind them, and they look so happy and gleeful, and it's supposed to be a heart-wrenching picture. They want us to feel bad that these two were murdered, but I'm looking, I can't do it. I can't do it. I see this symbol and I'm like, God, like you want to put up a Nazi from 1945 that's smiling in front of a Nazi flag and then tell me to feel bad that they got killed? It's like you guys gotta cut it out with this symbol. It's not good. And Wishigo is 100% right. They're telling us Free Palestine is the Nazi symbol, but we know that it's the Israeli flag that is. So we just have to keep fighting. But that's what they're doing. They're trying to spin it, take the attention off of them, and put it on us. Free Palestine is the least thing as to do with Nazism as possible. They are the ones that are not looking good, and history will definitely show that. So
I don't know if you talked about Miss Rachel today, but I was on her social media, and she or her team posted about the two Israeli people that got killed. And I know Miss Rachel, she's a very empathetic person. She's a role model for everyone. She's an incredible person. And I know part of her does feel really sad that this happened, but I know another part of her has to do these things as well, or they're going to continue coming after her.
Yeah.
Because she did post about it today.
Yeah.
Just wanted to throw that out there, that she did post. I know it comes from a good place, but also because she probably feels like she has to cover this as well, or they're going to continue bothering her.
She has to, and I feel bad that but again, she's a target right now. And I don't think she signed up for that when she started her YouTube channel. She didn't sign up for that. She just wanted to have a fun thing for kids. I think it's called edutainment. Edutainment. It's you can educate. It's the Sesame Street thing where you can educate kids and make it fun to learn. And through the learning, you're teaching care and love and respect and morals and just humanity. You're teaching that to children. That's what it's supposed to be about.
Yes.
He didn't sign up to be a target for like political motivations of psychopaths wanting to rule the world. Like you didn't.
I guess that's why a lot of people, famous people or celebrities, people in power or whatever, if they speak out, maybe they feel the same way we do. But if they speak out, these psychopaths are going to come after them, just like they did with Miss Rachel.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
we understand.
I, like a lot of people, I'm not that brave. And you see the times I have said something out loud or have written something out loud on social media, and I get attacked and I get sent messages, private messages, and people are like hating me and they don't even know me. It really messes with my mental health. Like it really puts me in a bad place of how much people hate me and they don't even know me because I say stop bombing children. So anyway, brave Miss Rachel, I love her, and I see that she gained a whole bunch of millions of followers. Good on her. We support you, Miss Rachel.
We do, and I want to give a shout out to you, Leslie, and remind you and people that don't know, when you were with us we were together in Chicago for the DNC last summer, and
yes,
as those elitist Zionist warmongering delegates were coming out of there with their Harris materials, newly off the press, because they thought it was going to be Biden. They had to switch it out with Harris at the last second. So they had all their new Harris gear, and they're walking down the street. We were with the protesters covering that in the street. I could have. I just got to say that was awesome seeing you go up to them and saying, "Shame on you, shame on you. You're supporting a genocide. How dare you?" That was awesome.
Yeah.
You were great. You were great. That was great. That was
Adrenaline
great.
rush, but I do understand that people are looking at me like I'm the crazy one, and there's a lot of people like me, people of color, who were like, "What is wrong with this brown girl not supporting one, a woman, and two, a person of color?" And I'm like, I don't care what color you are or what gender you can be a they for all I care. I don't support what I mean. She was very verbal about continuing to support Israel
Yeah.
and giving them arms and more weapons to continue killing innocent people. So now I'm not going to support her.
Yeah.
Whew. Why are we
Exactly.
talking about that? That's a whole nother conversation.
All right.
Oh, thank you. Adrenaline rush, and I remember saying something like that to a woman of color, and I cannot forget her face and her demeanor. She was just like, I don't care. The woman she's the woman. She's someone that looks like me. She's getting my vote. And these people didn't know crap about her.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Lost friends
All
over
right.
that. Okay. I don't know where we left off.
Why don't we
because-
just do like one or two more here, and anything else, guys? If you want to put, we'll make sure to get it on the credits at the end. We'll get your comments up there. Anything we missed, we'll try. We can't say 100% sure. We'll try.
Hank said at 3:34, don't search it on Rumble. The dancing, people. Don't search it on Rumble. It's a better don't.
Or Twitter for that matter. Yeah, good call, DS Tanks. Thank you. Yes.
Whitney
do
Webb
not search.
Whitney Webb from Wits, from Wits. Sorry, a little delay. Whitney Webb did a piece about the dancing those people for Mint Press News. I will not be searching that up.
Do not put Whitney Webb in your search engine with the dancing Israelis. Do not. You've been warned. You've been warned. Do not switch. So thanks for sharing that. Wish you go. I wish you hadn't, because now people are going to do it. I wish they wouldn't, but we had to share it because we are for freedom of speech and anti-censorship. So, but don't do it.
Witz also said, I condemn Sabra hummus. I like that hummus. I just wanted to say, support small businesses, go to local farmers markets. They always have these beautiful families selling their homemade hummus and all that. I was just thinking of like corporations and big companies. So to support the little guys too. But that was funny. I condemn Sabra hummus. Let's see. Pamela. Oh, Pamela. Drew. Hello, Pamela. It's mRNA there's a thing on the mRNA transfection. It was never a vaccine. Yep. But decades old lab tool.
No, it's right. She talks about this a lot, Pamela. And I know that, we've had the doctors on here where we talk about the problem with mRNA. We don't necessarily go as deep as we'd like to. I know you wanted us to go further with Steve Kirsch when he was on, and you wanted us to go further with, we had Dr. Ben Marble on. He went pretty far. And I say far, I'm not talking about being extreme. I'm talking about being honest. And it's not that it's dishonest to talk about the surface stuff. It's not dishonest to just talk about, how bad mandates are, or we didn't test the thing right. But there's levels that we can keep digging, right? That's where we get rabbit hole from. It's one more layer. So we appreciate that. Pamela, just so you know, and the rest of everybody knows, we will be having Dr. David Martin on the show 1 week from today. He's coming on, and we will be asking him questions. So we will appreciate your guys' feedback on that interview. We are so excited for that. This one we've been looking forward to a long time. Shout out to Stephanie Pierucci for hooking this up. We're in a DM right now with a group with Dr. David Martin, and he's now agreed to come on. The schedules seem to line up. It's crazy because the guy is wanted and needed all over the country, and he's going to be coming on The Homeless Left, Dr. David Martin, next Thursday. So be here, ready for that interview. We can't wait for that.
It's going to be a great one. I can't wait for that. Very cool. I'll just read this one fast because it's funny. Airwaves, I'm a smoker, never wore a mask, never stayed home, and never caught COVID. Airwaves, stop smoking. But I know it's a hard habit to break. Yeah, we did, I think once or twice. And I think, Matt, you had like a really bad headache and fever. And what did I have? I had an itchy nose. I don't know. But I was forced to get 3, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I'll read the last one, then we're done with the comments for today. From Wits F409, the likes of Piers Morgan, Oh, Piers Morgan.
Wait, I forgot the brain in working order. I got to put that up. Airways brain in good working order. Great.
But Brian in working order. Oh,
I think
brain.
Airways meant,
Yeah.
he meant okay.
Well,
Yeah. Okay.
I think Airways was reading from the comment on top.
Okay.
But with the likes of Piers Morgan and Bono are criticizing the Bibi regime, but not Israel itself.
Good point.
I'm afraid that 100 years from now, the whole world is just going to be renamed to Israel.
So that's a good point. The Piers Morgans and the Bono, you can't trust either of these two guys. Neither of these two guys are to be trusted. I will slightly lean towards Piers Morgan as somebody who, although can't be trusted, at least he's had a platform where he's invited guests on who can speak the truth. And then he for the last year and a half, 2 years, he's been just playing dumb about their critique on Israel. He's been playing dumb. Oh, I don't know what you're talking like. But do you condemn Hamas? So now Piers has come around and said he condemns Israeli military action, specifically Netanyahu. But when someone tried to share that, I think there's a lot of people shared, hey, Piers Morgan is finally condemning Israel. He actually chimes in and says, no. I'm not condemning Israel. I'm condemning the actions of the military by Netanyahu. And so that's a cop-out. That's a cop-out. I don't like that. I don't like that he has to go in and correct the record as people got excited. I don't know what Bono's up to, but that piece of effing crap has the gall to go around parading for the last 2.5 years about Ukraine, saving Ukraine and stopping Putin from taking over the world. I don't know what he said about Israel, but don't trust that piece of crap. F him with his tour, Ukraine tour, save the world from Putin bullshit. I don't know what he said about, but don't trust these guys. Don't trust these guys.
F him. I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
I clicked on the link with thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't click on it. Wait.
Save it. Save it. Okay.
Thanks for everyone for your wonderful comments, questions. I was happy to be here. Thanks for tuning in. Continue fighting the fight and taking your vitamins and vitamin D for the immune system, C and A, and really the whole alphabet. Magnesium is really important. Get some sunlight. Get out there, exercise, be with the trees and the ground and the rocks and the birds, and just we have to get away from the computer sometimes. So I hope to see more people outdoors and getting some sunlight and drink your water, all that stuff. All good vibes to all the viewers, and free Palestine.
Awesome. Thank you, Leslie.
Sudan, Congo, everything, everyone. Free everyone from what is it? Shishmael?
Yeah. From it rhymes with what is it? Oh
Shishmael? I forgot.
It
free the people.
Shmizrael.
Oh, that's right.
It starts with the letter I and rhymes with Shmizrael.
Yeah.
Thank you, Leslie, for talking back. It was great having you back. We'll
great to be back. And hello, Jamie. You did great. You were so great the last few weeks. Can I just read this last one? It just came in from Zilla. The chosen people are Semitic Beni Israelite, not Ashkenazi Jews. Their ancestors are Christian converted to Jewish after the Roman Empire fell. Well, this is not what our history books taught us, was it? Peace out to everyone.
Yep. Thank you, guys. We'll see you next time. Okay. Hey guys, that's almost going to be it for the show. We're not about ready to pull the plug on today's show just yet, although it was quite an awesome loaded podcast today. We want to thank everybody. Now look, I just loaded this last segment. I wanted to get this in. This is just, we're going to do a loudest voice of the week for you right now, and then we're out. So this will be fun because this is a little a vindication we have as journalists. So we're going to get into this one. This little vindication as journalists. We can't get everything we want, but sometimes it's incremental steps forward. So we're going to do a loudest voice of the week in just a moment, and then we'll sign out after that. So guys can get your last comments in if you'd like, and we'll throw them up at the end of the show. Okay, I think we're all set here for our final segment of today, loudest voice of the week. Here we go. It's the loudest voice of the week. Today, we are going to give you guys a little, I guess you could say this is a step forward. Some would say it's kind of a feel-good moment, but it's not the destination, not for what we're doing as journalists, for activists, for humanitarian, purposes to move the planet forward, to seek justice for those who have been killed and murdered and displaced and terrorized and raped and pillaged and silenced and all the things you can do to people that happen to people when there is a genocidal maniac people in power team running the planet. Every once in a while we get a little incremental change. So here in the world of journalism, sometimes the BS has to be called out. Now, in this case, it's not a move forward against the Zionist regime, but it is a step forward in calling out the twisted media machine that pretends to do journalism, and they're not. And in this case, it's Megyn Kelly calling out Jake Tapper about his BS book that he just put out, where he blames all of the misreporting on Joe Biden's dementia. All of that misreporting he blames on Biden's team, but not taking any accountability as a journalist, propagandist, not a journalist, takes no accountability for his role in protecting that lie the entire time. Megyn Kelly calls him out on it. Let's watch this in interaction. And this is nice. This is fun to see this type of justice being done, at least publicly. We'll call it a little public shaming, public humiliation, which Jake Tapper deserves. Check it out.
Asked Joe Biden to be transparent about his health records in an interview in 2020. I did ask him about the fact that voters
then he wasn't.
Thought that he was not transparent at all. No,
he promised you that he would be transparent about his health records, and then he wasn't. And when you sat with him again,
at all.
including 1 month after the Jackie Walorski thing, you didn't ask him about it. You didn't follow up on the fact that he was falling up the stairs, that he was losing his train of thought regularly, that he was slurring, that he was incomprehensible, that he was getting lost on the White House lawn. You sat right across from him and you asked none of that, notwithstanding the fact that he had promised you he would be fully transparent about his health issues. You know as well as I do that there's a way of, you can say, hey, there's this poll on your age, or you could say, you just forgot that Jackie Walorski was dead. You asked where she was moments after watching a videotape.
Look at his hand go up. He's like, I didn't know you were going to be so mean to me. I thought we were on the same side. I thought we were just trying to sell my book. I said, I come on your show, I'll sell my book. You can come on my show another time and sell your book. We're cool, right? We're cool, right? We all just play our role, right? Like you get it. No. You deliberately protected this psychopath team, the Biden team. You protected that team and the bullshit narrative. And now you're trying to sell a book and make money off of that. That's the most infuriating part. You're only on her show so you can plug your book about how you didn't know. I didn't know. We did the best that we could do at the time with the information that we had. BS, total BS. Okay, continue, Megyn Kelly.
Tribute to her. You lowered the flags at the White House after she died. This happened 13 days before you sat with him. There is a way of pressing a man like that on the actual infirmities to bring it home to him and to the audience, and you didn't do it. It wasn't just that. I mean, you sat with him a couple of times in the course of his presidency, and these issues were not pressed. Well, there was at least that time, and then there was the time at the beginning. And but separate and apart from that, you covered the Biden's presidency. No. Let me just finish my point. You covered the Biden presidency. Okay, right, and it was 13 days after the Jackie Walorski thing. But you covered the Biden presidency aggressively throughout the 4 years, and you didn't cover mental acuity hardly at all. I mean, time and time again, when issues came up, you seemed to be running cover for the president. You didn't seem interested. Do you want to apologize to Lara Trump now?
I've already apologized to her. I called her.
Okay, so the apology that probably didn't happen. He didn't apologize, but that's the reason she says you want to apologize to Lara Trump. That was the video we've cited here. If you guys haven't seen it, look it up. Jake Tapper bullying the crap out of Lara Trump when she just wants to have a conversation about what's going on with Biden. Not to be mean, not to be insulting, but why it seems that he's showing signs of dementia. And he just was like, you son of a bitch. How dare you? How dare you come on my show and talk that way about the president? You sick and twisted Trumper. Get the hell. So he did that. He behaved like a psychopath defending this thing, not wanting to have the conversation. So I don't think he apologized to her, or he would have led with that. He would have admitted that, because people that apologize want people to know that. They don't have to have it dug out of them. Just so you know, guys, people aren't sincere with apologies if you have to dig it out of them. They want people to know. So he did not put that out there. He's just saying it as a cover right now. But yeah, go on, Megan.
Months ago.
I feel angry because she was right. And not only did you not allow her to make her comments, but you seemed to try to humiliate her. You had a hostility toward the position, but she was totally right. And then you lectured her on how she was in no position to diagnose cognitive decline, which you guys do at length, including on page 4 of your book. You describe at length his cognitive decline, which is all she tried to do with you. But you had such a visceral reaction to her.
Joe Biden's been saying stupid things for decades. Okay,
I get what you're saying, but this minimizes it too, because it was more than saying stupid things. But I'm telling you, like over here in my ecosphere, we were covering all of these. It wasn't just falling down; it was getting lost. It was some of the stuff you report in your book. We knew, and we were reporting on, like the multi-jump cuts in the videos of him, where it was obvious he couldn't get through a 1-minute take, so they had to use those. It was clear to us that he was using teleprompter, and there was some reporting on that at the time, all of which the White House was denying. Now, with the current White House, I have some connections. With the Joe Biden White House, I had none, but you did. You did. And so while you've been in Washington 30 years, Jake, you guys, you and CNN have White House connections, but there was no effort, none, to get to the bottom of this. And now for you guys to write this book like there was a cover up, it's like there was a cover up and there was an attempted cover up. It could only ever work if you allowed it.
Yep. That's right. And it goes on from there. I don't know if you guys want to see that entire thing. But that's a class in how you control your interview and you get your bullet points ready and you don't let the person take control. He's sitting there like a deer in headlights, getting told exactly what he did as far as his being guilty in part of this whole thing. He's trying to make money off of right now with his book. So good job, Megan, on that. I just will add one more thing to this part. I don't think she got truly to the heart of everything. If you watch the interview, you'll come to the conclusion that Jake Tapper and maybe his team behaved in an unethical way because they are careerists. That's all true. The layer that you need to go further with, that I don't think she goes even further than that. So I think that's where it stopped. It stops at Jake Tapper, you're a careerist, your team is a careerist. CNN has deliberately done this in this case, and we calling your ass out. It's deeper than that. What we're seeing is this is the function of the mainstream media for everything, not just this topic, not just about protecting Biden's legacy or whatever, or his presidency for that matter. It's about how the media functions in general and how they protect whatever narrative it is, whether it's some like Biden has his cognitive abilities, he just has a stutter, stop being an ageist, whether it's that, or whether it's Trump is a Putin puppet who's here to work on behest of Putin, who rigged our election in 2016, but nobody rigged our election in 2020. This is how everything works, and this is how it's working right now. And the reason why Megyn Kelly doesn't go further is because if you go further, then you're going to realize that Megyn Kelly is also part of the problem when it comes to defending the thing. In this case, Zionism. She will never call out that part. We can see that it's the tactic that's used with all of these topics. Anytime the media is preaching something, as we're seeing right now in real time, they're telling us on every channel right now, and I bet Megyn Kelly's doing it too right now. They're telling us that from now on, if you say free Palestine, that's equating with wanting to kill Jews. They're doing exactly the same thing that Jake Tapper was being called out for. I just want to be very clear. This is a mechanism that's in place. It's not unique to Jake Tapper and the Biden cover-up of his dementia. This is a tactic being used right now. And Megyn Kelly doesn't call out the entire thing because she's guilty of it when it's convenient for her right now. I bet you if you go to Megyn Kelly's channel right now, she's going to tell you exactly what Dana Bash is telling us on CNN, which is if you put up a sign that says free Palestine, that equates to wanting to kill Jews. That is the lie, like Joe Biden's stutter was a lie. So we need to apply this beyond this. But other than that part, this part, the part about protecting Biden, the media is just as guilty of that. And Megyn Kelly calling out Jake Tapper, looking like a deer in headlights, that moment gets this week's loudest voice of the week. Okay. I think that wraps up the show today. I just want to remind everybody that we are in an ongoing fight against the censorship industrial complex, against the military industrial complex, against big pharma, against the Zionists, against the fake duopoly. It's really a uniparty. We have to get out of it. We have to start thinking for ourselves, use our critical thinking skills, and go at every single story, every single thing that happens from day to day. Whatever we see, the notifications come on our phone. We have to go at everything from a non-tribal point of view. That's the only way we can get through this, guys. And it makes things easier. It really does. It's easier to assess how to feel and think about things, not waiting for the guy on the TV to tell you what to think, but you can make up your own minds, your own decisions like that. So that's it. I just want to and remind you on the Rumble segments, you can share those out or rewatch the live stream. But thank you guys all for all your contributions, your engagement, your likes, your shares, your comments, your enthusiasm, not just right now, but throughout the last 2 years. And tomorrow it's happy 2 years for the Homeless Left on Rumble. And we want to do another 2. So let's keep going. And yeah, we take the small win when we can, and we'll have some good news for you next week. We hope to have monetized the YouTube channel by next show. So hopefully we'll have that announcement for you. But yes, our YouTube channel has been doing awesome. A particular video that was about protesting against Gal Gadot and her new movie in London. That video blew up and has gotten us, I guess, qualified for monetization. This is our channel, THL Presents on YouTube. Type the full thing in. You're not going to find it just as THL, but type it all in. This is our burner channel. The Homeless Left original channel got terminated by YouTube, but we came back, started a new one, and guess what? Looks like we qualified for monetization. We're going to be doing that over the weekend and hopefully have good news for you guys on Tuesday on our next show. And we will see you back here Tuesday with Jay Scott. Host Jay Scott. We'll have Dr. Shiva on with us for a follow-up interview. We got some stuff to talk to him about. And then we'll have next Thursday, Dr. David Martin will be on. Craig Pasta Jardula will be back with us as well. I want to thank today's guest, MARYAM HENIN. George Floyd book is available on her website, and on the ground investigative journalist coming to us from Texas, Mexico border, RENZO ZINDEE. So please, guys, like, share, subscribe, all that good stuff. And we'll leave you with this. People are coming around to admitting to genocide, little at a time. Some people, it's a little more convenient to do. It wasn't so convenient to do it at the beginning. Some would say, you know what? It's a bit too late for you. You should have been saying something before. But we have to say, sometimes we have to say, look, you guys, better late than never. Welcome aboard, especially if you have a large audience. So this person does have a large audience. His name is Theo Von. And he finally, after all this time, told his audience that there's something wrong. There's something wrong in Israel, in Gaza. And it needs to be said. So kudos to Theo Von for admitting to genocide. And I hope his audience is listening. And I hope more can come forward and speak up like Theo Von just did. We'll see you guys next week. Have a great weekend. Remember to go out the world always with courage, with conviction, and above all else, principle. That's the Homeless Left for you today, this week. I'm Matt Weinglass. We'll see you guys next time. Power to the people.
You know, I wanted to say something. There's been something that's just been kind of on my heart, and so I feel like I should bring it up. There is, we've had people on the podcast in the past to talk about it. And there's a conflict that's been happening in the Middle East. People know about it, between Israel and Palestine and some of the areas over there, the Gaza area they talk about. And I just think it feels to me I don't know if it feels to me like it's a genocide that's happening while we're alive here in front of our lives. And I don't, sometimes I feel like I should say something. I'm not a geologist or geographer or anything like that, you know, so I don't know a lot of some of it I do know though. Like I know the basics of the issues over there, but for me, it's just like how I feel like you see all these photos of people, just children, women, people, body parts, just people like putting their kids back together. And I just can't believe that we're watching that and that more isn't said about it. And so I'm not saying anyone else needs to say anything, but I think I'm just that more isn't said about it by me. So I just, I want to be able to speak up about that I think we're watching probably like, you know, one of the sickest things that's ever happened. And I'm sorry if I've kind of haven't said about it. I've tried to talk about it and learn about it. But I don't know. Maybe I just wanted to say something. I don't even know what to do. You know, and it's crazy because our country's also complicit in it. You know, it's in it and has been for a long time. And it's just kind of interesting because then you just realize, oh, well, I'm a member of this country, but I'm just, what we want sometimes doesn't matter, you know, and you just have to be a member of a place and your government is making other choices. So I don't know if I said that correctly, or I don't even know exactly what I said, but I just have, it's just like been making me really sick. And I feel like I just needed to say something that I think you don't have to think that. I'm not asking you to do anything. But I just have to say that so I'm not sitting by, you know, there's that piece inside of me like, why can't you say something? You know, there's people that can't even speak and you can say something, you know, and so that's how I just had to just speak up. Anyway, yeah. So just praying for those people and just the grief that is all going to cause. You notice, like, what are we doing?